The entire Simpson family's increasingly bizarre adventures might not be real life at all, but projections from Homer's coma-induced brain as it slowly shuts down after a near-fatal accident. This theory, originally proposed by fans analyzing the show's dramatic shift in tone and quality, suggests that Homer has been unconscious since the end of Season 4, and everything that followed represents his dying mind's desperate attempt to keep his family alive in his imagination, while his body lies motionless in a hospital bed somewhere in Springfield. According to this theory, the trigger event occurs in So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show, the Season 4 finale, where Bart's elaborate April Fool's prank involving a beer can packed with paint thinner causes a massive explosion that puts Homer in the hospital. The episode ends with Homer in a coma after the explosion, and while the show depicts him waking up and recovering, the theory proposes he never actually regained consciousness. His brain, trapped in the moment before death, created an elaborate fantasy world where his family continues their adventures without him having to face the reality that he's dying. The evidence becomes clear when you examine how dramatically the show changed after Season 4. Early seasons of The Simpsons featured relatively grounded stories about a working-class family dealing with realistic problems. Homer was crude and stupid, but he held down his job, maintained relationships, and demonstrated actual problem-solving abilities when necessary. The family's adventures, while comedic, operated within recognizable rules of reality. But after Season 4, something fundamental shifted. Starting in Season 5 and accelerating through subsequent years, the show's reality became increasingly unstable and surreal. Homer's intelligence deteriorated from merely stupid to completely non-functional. The family began surviving situations that should kill them. Physical laws became suggestions rather than rules. Characters started behaving like exaggerated caricatures of themselves rather than consistent personalities. What fans call Flanderization, where characters become one-dimensional versions of their original traits, makes perfect sense if these people exist only in Homer's fragmenting memory. Think about what happens to memories when someone is dying. The brain doesn't maintain perfect records. It simplifies, exaggerates, and reduces complex people to their most prominent characteristics. Ned Flanders goes from friendly religious neighbor to nothing but religious obsession. Barney transforms from Homer's best friend with drinking problems into nothing but a drunk. Principal Skinner becomes purely a rule-following bureaucrat. Each character loses depth and becomes a caricature because Homer's dying brain can only maintain simplified versions of the people he knew. The celebrity cameo explosion after Season 4 supports this interpretation perfectly. Early seasons featured celebrities occasionally treated as special events. Later seasons became celebrity cameo factories where famous people appear constantly, often as themselves, interacting casually with the Simpson family. This matches how dying brains pull random references from memory. Homer's consciousness, searching for anything to maintain the fantasy, grabs cultural figures he remembers from television and drops them into scenarios with his family. The celebrities aren't actually there. They're Homer's brain desperately pulling content to keep the fantasy running. Most telling is how the show handles continuity and consequences after Season 4. Early seasons maintained relatively consistent character development and acknowledged past events. Later seasons operate in a reality where nothing matters. The family can travel anywhere, do anything, destroy their relationships, and by the next episode, everything resets to baseline. Homer can become morbidly obese, then return to normal weight. Marge can threaten divorce, then be happily married again. This isn't inconsistent writing. It's exactly how coma dreams work. Each episode represents another desperate attempt by Homer's dying brain to imagine his family continuing, but the deteriorating neural pathways can't maintain continuity between these fragmentary visions. The show's increasing reliance on impossible scenarios mirrors neurological deterioration. In early seasons, events followed internal logic, even when exaggerated for comedy. Later seasons feature Homer in space, the family traveling through time, characters dying and returning without explanation, and reality itself becoming fluid and negotiable. This progression matches what happens during prolonged coma as brain function declines. The mind's ability to maintain coherent simulation deteriorates, leading to increasingly surreal and disconnected experiences. Homer's character transformation reveals the darkest aspect of this theory. He becomes progressively stupider, more destructive, and more detached from consequences because the real Homer is dying. The fantasy Homer represents a brain that can no longer maintain complex thought patterns or long-term planning. Each season shows further cognitive decline as the comatose Homer's neural activity decreases. His fantasy self becomes more childlike, more impulsive, and less capable because the brain creating this fantasy loses functionality with each passing moment. The family's immunity to death and serious injury makes perfect sense if they exist only in Homer's protective imagination. His unconscious mind refuses to let them die because that would mean confronting loss. So they survive explosions, falls, attacks, and disasters that would kill real people. Homer's dying brain prioritizes one thing above accurate simulation of reality, keeping his family alive in any form possible, no matter how impossible the survival becomes. What makes this theory particularly heartbreaking is considering what it means about Homer's final moments. While his body lies in a hospital bed, probably with Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie gathered around watching him die, his mind frantically generates decades of adventures to avoid accepting the end. Every bizarre celebrity, cameo, every impossible survival, every reset of consequences represents his consciousness fighting desperately against the darkness, creating elaborate fantasies where his family remains safe and together even as he slips away. This interpretation transforms The Simpsons from a simple animated comedy into a tragedy about a dying man's final gift to himself. Unable to face leaving his family, unable to accept that he'll never see them grow up or know what becomes of them, Homer's coma-trapped consciousness spends its last energy imagining futures for them. The show's declining quality and increasing absurdity aren't creative failures. They're the realistic portrayal of a brain slowly dying while trying desperately to keep the people it loves alive in the only way remaining through imagination that becomes more fractured and desperate with each fading moment of consciousness. If you love Lisa Simpson, you might want to close your ears for this next one, because this theory suggests something deeply disturbing about Springfield's smartest resident. Lisa Simpson's chronic depression throughout the series isn't just a character trait for comedy, it's realistic portrayal of what happens to intelligent, empathetic children trapped in environments that crush their potential. While other characters remain blissfully unaware of Springfield's systematic dysfunction, Lisa possesses the intelligence and emotional awareness to recognize exactly how broken everything around her is. Her sadness isn't a disorder requiring medication. It's the only rational response to understanding truths that everyone else ignores. Moaning Lisa, the show's 6th episode, establishes this pattern immediately. An 8-year-old child becomes so depressed she can't function at school, sits alone playing mournful saxophone, and openly contemplates the meaninglessness of existence. The episode treats this as a temporary problem solved by meeting a jazz musician who validates her feelings. But Lisa's depression never actually resolves. It resurfaces constantly throughout the series because the underlying causes, her awareness of inescapable reality, never change. Consider what Lisa understands that others don't. She recognizes that her father is an alcoholic whose stupidity regularly endangers the family. She sees that her mother sacrificed her dreams and identity to enable Homer's dysfunction. She watches Bart destroy his own potential through behavior problems that nobody addresses properly. She observes Maggie growing up in the same broken system that damaged everyone else, and she possesses the intellectual capacity to understand these patterns while being completely powerless to change them. Throughout the series, we see Lisa attempting to improve Springfield only to be defeated repeatedly. She tries to expose corruption and gets ignored. She campaigns for environmental protection and watches nothing change. She pursues education and excellence while surrounded by a culture that actively punishes intelligence and rewards mediocrity. Every attempt to make things better fails because Springfield's problems are systemic, and one 8-year-old girl, no matter how brilliant, cannot reform systems designed to resist change. Her awareness extends to understanding her family's marriage is fundamentally broken. Lisa watches her parents' relationship close enough to see the resentment, the contempt, and the quiet desperation that Marge hides behind fake smiles. She's smart enough to recognize that marriages like theirs don't represent love, but mutual entrapment. She sees her mother dying inside while performing happiness, and she understands that this fate likely awaits her if she follows expected patterns. The future episodes where we glimpse adult Lisa reveal the depression never lifts. She becomes a struggling musician, works dead-end jobs, and maintains the same melancholy that defined her childhood. Some episodes show her married and seemingly stable, but her underlying sadness persists. The show accidentally documents how childhood depression rooted in accurate perception of reality doesn't resolve when circumstances don't change. Lisa grows up, but Springfield remains Springfield, and her awareness of its hopelessness follows her into adulthood. Springfield's school system particularly exemplifies what Lisa recognizes and others miss. She watches teachers who've given up, administrators who prioritize control over education, and a curriculum designed to produce compliant workers rather than critical thinkers. She's intelligent enough to see that Springfield Elementary exists to perpetuate the town's dysfunction by ensuring children never develop skills to escape. This understanding makes attending school a daily confrontation with her own likely fate. Her relationship with her saxophone becomes more significant when viewed through this lens. Music provides the only outlet for expressing emotions that her environment invalidates. When she plays those mournful jazz pieces, she's processing feelings that nobody around her acknowledges as legitimate. The saxophone represents her one tool for maintaining sanity in an environment that denies the reality she perceives. Without it, the depression she barely manages would likely overwhelm her completely. The saddest aspect of Lisa's character is watching her slowly realize that her intelligence doesn't provide escape. Early episodes show her believing that education and achievement will create opportunities to leave Springfield. Later episodes reveal her understanding that Springfield doesn't let people go. Economic barriers, family obligations, and systematic traps ensure that even the smartest, most accomplished residents remain stuck. Her depression deepens as she recognizes that her gifts won't save her. Episodes focusing on Lisa's activism and idealism become tragic when you understand she's fighting against inevitable defeat. She knows the causes she champions will fail. She recognizes that Springfield's citizens won't change their behavior. She understands that corruption will continue and the environment will keep deteriorating, but she fights anyway because the alternative, accepting hopelessness completely, would mean surrendering the last piece of herself that resists the town's soul-crushing conformity. What makes her depression particularly devastating is that nobody validates her perceptions. Her family dismisses her concerns as childish overreaction. Her teachers ignore her insights. Her peers mock her intelligence. Springfield's culture has no space for someone who sees clearly and refuses to pretend otherwise. Lisa's isolation stems not just from being smarter than everyone around her, but from being the only person willing to acknowledge observable reality. The theory reframes Lisa's character from overachieving child to tragedy. She's intelligent enough to understand exactly how trapped she is, emotionally aware enough to feel the pain of her situation deeply, and young enough to lack any power to escape. Her depression is the natural result of clear-eyed observation combined with complete powerlessness. Springfield doesn't make Lisa sad because she's defective. Springfield makes Lisa sad because she's the only one sane enough to see how broken everything is. But Lisa isn't the only Simpson dealing with psychological damage. This next theory explores something much darker about Bart. Bart Simpson's constant misbehavior and inability to focus might not make him a bad kid. It makes him a neglected child with untreated learning disabilities and trauma from Homer's abuse. His behavioral problems, which the show presents as inherent personality flaws requiring punishment, actually represent textbook symptoms of ADHD combined with emotional damage from growing up in a household where his father regularly strangles him. The series documents a child crying out for help through the only language available to him, acting out while every adult in his life responds with more punishment instead of the support he desperately needs. Bart the Genius, the second episode ever aired, reveals something the show quickly abandons. When Bart cheats his way into a school for gifted children, he initially struggles with advanced material, but then he starts thriving. He shows genuine interest in subjects presented properly. He demonstrates creativity and problem-solving abilities that Springfield Elementary never cultivated. The episode proves Bart possesses intelligence and capability that his regular school environment systematically fails to develop. His poor performance at Springfield Elementary doesn't reflect his actual potential. It reflects an educational system that cannot or will not address his specific learning needs. The strangling represents the most visible evidence of abuse, yet the show treats it as comedy. Multiple times per episode, Homer wraps his hands around his 10-year-old son's throat and physically chokes him while screaming threats. This isn't cartoon violence existing in a consequence-free universe. The show depicts Bart's genuine fear, his struggles to breathe, and his desperate attempts to escape while his father cuts off his air supply. Normal fathers don't strangle their children. This is assault. This is child abuse. This is criminal behavior that would result in arrest and removal of the child from the home in any functional society. Children who experience regular physical violence from parents develop specific trauma responses. They become hypervigilant, constantly monitoring adult moods to predict incoming attacks. They struggle with impulse control because their home environment teaches them that violence is an acceptable response to frustration. They seek attention through negative behavior because negative attention feels safer and more predictable than the terrifying unpredictability of trying to be good and still getting hurt. Bart exhibits every single one of these trauma markers throughout the series. His attention problems and inability to sit still in class match ADHD symptom profiles perfectly, but nobody screens him for learning disabilities. Nobody provides accommodations or specialized instruction. Springfield Elementary's response to a child who can't focus is punishment, detention, and increased hostility from Principal Skinner. When these interventions predictably fail to improve Bart's behavior, the school doesn't reconsider its approach. It just punishes him more, creating a cycle where Bart learns that adults are adversaries to outsmart rather than authorities who might help. Marge's role in this dysfunction is enabling rather than protective. She witnesses Homer strangling Bart and does nothing to stop it. She sees her son struggling academically and emotionally, but never demands proper evaluation or treatment. Her occasional, half-hearted attempts to defend Bart collapse immediately when Homer objects. She teaches Bart that even the parent who claims to love him won't protect him from abuse, cementing his understanding that he's fundamentally alone in his family. The show occasionally reveals Bart's depth and vulnerability beneath the troublemaker exterior, only to immediately revert to treating him as nothing more than a problem child. Episodes where he shows genuine love for Lisa, demonstrates artistic talent, or reveals his fear of disappointing his parents prove he possesses emotional complexity. But these moments never lead to anyone recognizing that his behavioral issues stem from unmet needs rather than moral deficiency. The insights disappear, and everyone returns to punishing symptoms while ignoring causes. Bart's relationship with authority, figures outside the family, mirrors his home dynamics. He views Principal Skinner, Chief Wiggum, and other adults as enemies because that's what he's learned adults are. His pranks and defiance aren't random troublemaking. They're a traumatized child's attempt to maintain some sense of control and power in a world where adults hurt him and then blame him for his own suffering. His behavior screams for someone to look deeper and ask why he acts this way. Nobody ever does. What makes Bart's situation particularly tragic is that his intelligence and creativity, properly nurtured, could have led to genuine achievement. Early episodes hint at artistic talent, leadership ability, and problem-solving skills, but Springfield Elementary destroys these possibilities by treating him as a disciplined problem requiring punishment rather than a struggling student requiring support. Every adult who could have intervened, teachers, counselors, even his own parents, chose punishment over understanding. Bart learned to expect nothing else. The theory suggests we've been watching a child slowly crushed by a system designed to fail him. His behavioral problems are rational responses to irrational circumstances. His inability to succeed in school reflects institutional failure, not personal inadequacy. His defiance toward authority represents a trauma survivor's desperate attempt to maintain dignity in situations designed to humiliate him. Every time Homer strangles Bart, we're watching untreated trauma compound while everyone treats it as a joke. The damage accumulates with each episode, each punishment, each moment where adults choose to hurt rather than help a child who never stood a chance. Speaking of family dysfunction, there's an even darker theory about why Marge stays with Homer despite everything. Marge Simpson's patience with Homer isn't admirable devotion. It's textbook codependent enabling that keeps her trapped in a psychologically abusive relationship she's given up trying to escape. The series documents her gradual transformation from a woman with dreams and potential into someone whose entire identity revolves around managing her husband's dysfunction while teaching her children that this dynamic represents normal love. Her loyalty, which the show frames as virtue, actually represents learned helplessness from someone who's accepted that her life will never improve, and survival means accommodating abuse rather than resisting it. The Way We Was reveals who Marge could have been. The flashback episode shows a high school girl with artistic talent, independent thinking, and genuine self-respect. She initially rejects Homer's crude advances. She has standards. She possesses identity beyond being someone's girlfriend or mother, but the episode also shows her making the fatal decision to give Homer a chance, despite every warning sign screaming that he'll drag her down. That choice, presented as romantic, actually marks the beginning of her psychological destruction. Watch Marge across the series and you're watching systematic erasure of self. Early seasons show her maintaining hobbies, expressing opinions, and occasionally standing up to Homer's behavior. She paints, she has friends, she pursues interests independent of her family. But as seasons progress, these aspects of her personality disappear. Her painting stops, her friendships fade, her hobbies vanish. By later seasons, Marge exists purely in relation to others. Wife, mother, enabler, nothing else remains. Life on the Fast Lane presents this dynamic perfectly through Jacques, the bowling instructor who shows Marge genuine attention and respect. For one episode, she experiences what it feels like when a man treats her as valuable. Jacques listens to her, he focuses on her needs, he makes her feel special instead of taken for granted. The episode treats her near affair as a crisis of loyalty, but what it actually shows is a woman recognizing that better treatment exists and she's been accepting crumbs. She ultimately chooses Homer, but not because their relationship is healthy. She chooses him because leaving would mean admitting she wasted her entire adult life on someone who doesn't deserve her. Her pattern of almost leaving and then returning reveals classic abuse cycle dynamics. Multiple episodes show Marge reaching her breaking point and preparing to leave. She packs bags, she takes the kids, she stays with relatives, but she always returns, usually after Homer makes some grand gesture that changes nothing about their underlying dynamic. This cycle teaches her that escape is impossible. Each failed attempt to leave reinforces her belief that she's stuck, that Homer will always manipulate her back, that fighting is pointless. The jobs she takes and quickly abandons follow the same pattern. Marge occasionally pursues work outside the home, demonstrates competence, and starts building independent identity. Then something happens. Homer interferes. The kids need her. Some crisis erupts. She quits to return to managing household dysfunction. These episodes pretend to show Marge choosing family, but they actually document someone whose attempts at independence get systematically sabotaged until she accepts that her role is caretaker for people who consume her completely. Her enabling of Homer's alcoholism represents perhaps the most visible evidence of codependency. She watches him drink himself stupid nightly. She witnesses alcohol-fueled disasters. She sees how his drinking affects the children, but she doesn't demand change. She doesn't issue ultimatums. She doesn't protect her kids from exposure to active alcoholism. Instead, she accommodates, adjusts, and pretends everything is fine. Codependents learn that managing the alcoholic's life is easier than confronting the addiction. even though accommodation ensures the destruction continues. What makes Marge's situation even more disturbing is how it impacts her children. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie are learning relationship patterns from observing their parents. They're learning that love means accepting disrespect. They're learning that women sacrifice themselves for men who give nothing back. They're learning that marriage means enduring rather than enjoying. They're learning that leaving abuse is impossible. These lessons will shape their future relationships, perpetuating dysfunction across generations. Episodes where Marge expresses frustration or stands up to Homer temporarily always end with her backing down. She'll deliver an angry speech about how she deserves better. Homer will ignore her or make empty promises, and Marge will return to her role as if nothing happened. This pattern teaches her that expressing needs leads nowhere. It conditions her to stop trying. It reinforces the hopelessness that defines codependency. Her dreams surface occasionally in episodes exploring alternate realities or her inner thoughts. These glimpses reveal someone who wanted more than this life. She imagined careers. She hoped for partnership based on mutual respect. She dreamed of being valued for more than domestic labor. But every one of these dreams died slowly as she adapted to Homer's relentless inadequacy. The woman who once had aspirations learned to stop wanting because wanting hurt too much when nothing ever changed. The show documents Marge's slow psychological death across hundreds of episodes while we're supposed to celebrate her loyalty. We watch someone smart enough to know she deserves better, but beaten down enough to stop fighting for it. We see a woman who once had identity become nothing but function. We observe the complete annihilation of self that happens when someone chooses accommodation over escape. When managing dysfunction becomes easier than admitting the entire foundation of your adult life was a mistake you can't undo. Marge doesn't stay with Homer because their love is strong. She stays because after decades of psychological conditioning, she doesn't believe she has any other choice. Be sure to subscribe to our channel if you're enjoying the video. Now let's explore the darkest theory about Mr. Burns. Mr. Burns' cartoonish villainy masks a horrifying reality. He's the architect of Springfield's complete economic and environmental collapse, creating generational poverty and health crises for profit. While the show presents him as an over-the-top caricature of corporate evil, the actual impacts of his actions match exactly what real corporations do to company towns. Burns isn't exaggeration. He's documentary. Every poisoned waterway, every destroyed local business, every family trapped in economic dependence traces directly back to one man who weaponized his wealth and power to transform an entire community into his personal profit machine. The nuclear power plant represents the most visible source of destruction. Burns operates a facility so poorly maintained and dangerously managed that catastrophic failures happen regularly. Three-eyed fish swim in the lake. Toxic waste leaks into groundwater. Radiation exposure affects the entire population. The plant violates every conceivable safety regulation, yet it continues operating because Burns owns the regulatory agencies meant to oversee him. Springfield residents suffer increased cancer rates, birth defects, and shortened lifespans so Burns can maximize profits by cutting safety costs. Who Shot Mr. Burns provides the clearest documentation of his systematic destruction. The two-part episode reveals Burns literally blocking out the sun to force Springfield residents to use more electricity, increasing his profits while plunging the town into perpetual darkness. This isn't random evil. It's calculated economic warfare against an entire population. He's willing to eliminate sunlight, the most basic requirement for life and mental health, to extra. But Burns isn't the only Springfield resident with dark secrets. Ned Flanders' religious obsession hides something much more disturbing. Ned Flanders' seemingly perfect Christian persona isn't genuine faith. It's severe psychological trauma from childhood abuse disguised as religious devotion, creating a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. His extreme religiosity, his compulsive niceness, and his inability to express negative emotions all stem from a childhood so damaging that only extreme behavioral modification prevented him from becoming violently uncontrollable. The pleasant neighbor everyone dismisses as annoyingly devout is actually someone whose personality was forcibly reconstructed through methods that would be considered abuse today, leaving him psychologically fragile and one crisis away from total breakdown. Hurricane Nettie reveals the horrifying truth about Ned's childhood in flashbacks that explain everything strange about his adult personality. His parents were beatniks who practiced radical non-disciplined parenting, allowing young Ned to act out violently without any boundaries or consequences. The flashbacks show a child completely out of control, screaming, hitting, destroying property, while his parents passively observe and refuse to intervene. They didn't neglect him through absence. They actively chose to provide zero structure, zero discipline, zero guidance, creating a child whose behavior spiraled into genuine danger. Desperate and unable to handle their son's aggression, Ned's parents committed him to the Calmwood Mental Hospital, where Dr. Foster subjected him to the University of Minnesota Spankological Protocol. This treatment involved 8 months of continuous spanking, essentially beating compliance into a child through sustained physical punishment. The show presents this as comedy, but what they're describing is systematic physical abuse masquerading as therapy. An uncontrollable child went into that hospital. A rigidly controlled adult came out. The transformation wasn't healing. It was breaking. The protocol didn't address Ned's underlying issues or teach him healthy emotional regulation. It terrified him into suppression. Every feeling that might lead to conflict got buried. Every impulse toward self-assertion got crushed. Every natural emotional response got associated with punishment until Ned learned that expressing any negative emotion meant pain. He emerged from Calmwood with personality built entirely on fear, someone who maintains extreme niceness, not because he feels it, but because deviation from perfect behavior triggers panic about returning to that uncontrollable state. His religious devotion serves as the framework that replaced his destroyed personality. Without God and church rules telling him exactly how to behave in every situation, Ned has no idea who he is or how to act. Religion provides the external control he needs because his internal capacity for self-regulation was demolished during those 8 months. His faith isn't spiritual connection, it's psychological scaffolding, preventing total collapse. The rules, the rituals, the constant prayer, these aren't expressions of devotion. They're desperate attempts to maintain the rigid structure that's the only thing standing between him and chaos. Moments when his niceness cracks reveal the rage still lurking beneath his constructed personality. When Ned finally breaks in Hurricane Nettie after losing his home and possessions, decades of suppressed anger explodes. He screams at everyone who ever took advantage of his compulsive niceness. He expresses fury at being treated as a doormat. He admits hatred toward people he's pretended to like. The eruption proves that Ned's pleasant exterior doesn't reflect internal peace. It reflects internal violence, constantly fighting against equally violent suppression. His marriage to Maud, and later her death, add another layer of trauma. Maud represented safety and stability, the one person who helped maintain the rigid structure Ned requires. When she dies suddenly, he loses his primary support system while having to single-parent 2 boys. The show occasionally acknowledges his struggle, but mostly treats him as comedic widower awkwardly dating. What we're actually watching is someone whose fragile psychological balance got shattered, trying desperately to prevent his children from witnessing the breakdown he's barely holding back. Ned's interactions with Homer reveal how much emotional labor his condition requires. Homer constantly takes advantage of him, borrows without returning, insults him, causes damage to his property. Ned maintains relentless pleasantness in response, but it visibly costs him. You can see the effort required to suppress his natural reactions. His face twitches, his voice strains, his smile looks painful. He's not naturally patient with Homer's abuse. He's forcing himself to accept it because expressing anger might crack the dam holding back decades of rage. The few times Ned attempts genuine emotional expression outside his religious framework, he fails catastrophically. He can't flirt normally. He can't argue constructively. He can't negotiate conflicts. His emotional vocabulary contains only 2 settings: completely suppressed or explosively uncontrolled. The spankological protocol destroyed his ability to experience or express feelings in healthy, moderate ways. He oscillates between nothing and everything with no middle ground available. Children raised by someone this psychologically damaged learn dysfunctional patterns themselves. Rod and Todd exhibit their own extreme repression and anxiety. They parrot their father's religious devotion without understanding it. They suppress natural childhood behaviors to avoid triggering whatever instability they sense in their father. Ned's trauma reproduces itself in his sons, perpetuating across generations because nobody addresses the underlying damage. What makes Ned's situation particularly tragic is that his community celebrates his dysfunction as virtue. People admire his faith, his patience, his willingness to help. They don't recognize these behaviors as symptoms of severe psychological damage. They reward him for performing the personality that child abuse created. This positive reinforcement ensures he'll never seek help because everyone treats his trauma response as exemplary character rather than desperate compensation for a self-destroyed decades ago. Ned isn't a good man. He's a broken man using religious rigidity to prevent total psychological collapse, someone whose entire personality is scar tissue from childhood trauma nobody properly treated. If that theory disturbed you, wait until you hear what fans believe about Smithers' relationship with Burns. Waylon Smithers' devotion to Mr. Burns isn't unrequited love. It's a textbook abusive relationship where Burns psychologically manipulates and exploits someone economically and emotionally dependent on him. The dynamic between them mirrors domestic abuse patterns so precisely that every element, the power imbalance, the intermittent rewards, the complete control over the victim's life matches what experts document in abusive partnerships. Smithers isn't pining for someone who doesn't notice his affection. He's trapped in a relationship where his abuser understands exactly how to maintain control while providing just enough positive reinforcement to prevent escape. The power imbalance makes genuine consent or healthy relationship impossible. Burns controls Smithers' employment, housing, income, and social standing. Smithers' entire life depends on Burns' goodwill. This economic dependence creates a prison where leaving would mean losing everything simultaneously. Job, home, identity, purpose, all tied to one person who wields that power deliberately. Burns knows Smithers can't leave because he's designed the situation to ensure departure is impossible. Burns treats Smithers with casual cruelty that would end any relationship based on mutual respect. He forgets Smithers' name despite decades of service. He dangles affection and approval but withdraws them capriciously. He demands absolute loyalty while providing none in return. He expects Smithers to sacrifice health, dignity, and personal life for his convenience. When Smithers complies perfectly, Burns offers no appreciation. When Smithers fails minutely, Burns delivers disproportionate punishment. This intermittent reinforcement schedule, occasional kindness mixed with frequent cruelty, is exactly how abusers maintain control over victims. Homer versus Dignity illustrates the exploitation particularly clearly. Burns pays Homer to humiliate himself in increasingly degrading ways for Burns's entertainment. Smithers watches his employer treating another human being as disposable toy while knowing he receives similar treatment daily. But Smithers can't protect Homer because doing so would mean defying Burns, and defiance brings consequences Smithers has learned to fear. His powerlessness to stop abuse he witnesses mirrors his inability to escape abuse he experiences. Episodes showing Smithers' devotion often reveal moments where Burns acknowledges his complete dependence. Burns will make comment about Smithers being his only friend, or admit he relies on him entirely. These rare admissions of vulnerability serve to reset Smithers' hope that genuine connection exists beneath the cruelty. Abusers use these moments strategically, providing just enough emotional payoff to keep victims invested in the fantasy that things will improve if they just remain loyal long enough. Smithers' romantic feelings complicate his entrapment. He loves Burns, or believes he does, which makes recognizing the abuse as abuse nearly impossible. When you love your abuser, every act of cruelty gets reinterpreted. It's not cruelty, it's stress. It's not exploitation, it's need. It's not abuse, it's the complicated dynamic of caring for someone difficult. Smithers' love becomes the tool Burns uses to extract unlimited labor and loyalty while providing minimal reciprocation. His inability to maintain relationships outside of Burns reveals another abuse pattern. Smithers occasionally attempts to date or build friendships, but these efforts fail because Burns monopolizes his time, energy, and emotional capacity. Abusers isolate victims from support systems that might help them recognize the abuse and escape. Burns may not explicitly forbid Smithers from having a life outside work, but the demands he places ensure Smithers has no time or energy remaining. The isolation appears to be Smithers' choice while actually being Burns' design. What makes their dynamic particularly insidious is how Burns occasionally shows Smithers genuine appreciation or kindness. These moments aren't accidents, they're calculated. When victims begin contemplating escape, abusers often sense the shift and provide temporary improvement. The abuse cycle follows predictable patterns: tension building, explosion, honeymoon period where the abuser acts loving, then gradual return to tension. Smithers experiences this cycle constantly, trapping him in belief that the good moments represent who Burns really is beneath the cruelty. Smithers' self-worth has become entirely dependent on Burns' approval. He measures his value by how well he serves, how perfectly he anticipates needs, how completely he subordinates himself. This is psychological colonization, where the victim internalizes the abuser's perspective and judges themselves by the abuser's standards. Smithers can't leave because he's been conditioned to believe his only worth comes from his utility to Burns. Without that role, he fears he's nothing. The few times Smithers stands up to Burns or expresses hurt feelings, Burns either ignores him completely or punishes him until he backs down. This teaches Smithers that expressing needs is pointless at best and dangerous at worst. He learns to suppress his feelings, accept mistreatment, and perform gratitude for whatever minimal consideration Burns provides. His boundaries were eroded so gradually he may not even remember having them. Every time we laugh at Smithers pining for Burns, we're watching someone trapped in an abusive relationship that's destroyed his self-worth and autonomy. The comedy obscures the horror of watching someone spend their entire adult life devoted to someone who treats them as disposable while maintaining just enough control to prevent escape. Smithers won't leave because Burns has spent decades ensuring he believes he can't. Let's examine another disturbing relationship dynamic, this time involving Mo the bartender. Mo Syslak's constant suicide references stop being funny when you realize the show is documenting someone with severe clinical depression and no resources for help, using his suffering as a recurring punchline. His jokes about hanging himself, his matter-of-fact mentions of failed suicide attempts, his casual references to the suicide hotline having him on speed dial, these aren't absurdist humor. They're cries for help from someone genuinely suffering who's learned that expressing his pain directly makes people uncomfortable, so he packages it as comedy to make it palatable. Every laugh track moment about Mo wanting to die represents the show turning real mental health crisis into entertainment. The pattern appears throughout the series with disturbing consistency. Mo mentions previous suicide attempts like they're mundane biographical details. He keeps a noose ready. He talks about methods he's considered. He references the emotional pain driving these thoughts with brutal honesty that the show treats as joke setup rather than psychiatric emergency. When someone expresses suicidal ideation this frequently and specifically, they're not joking. They're telling you exactly what they're experiencing while hoping someone will take it seriously enough to intervene. Mo Baby Blues reveals how desperately he wants connection and purpose. When he saves Maggie's life and experiences being valued briefly, his entire demeanor transforms. He becomes animated, hopeful, engaged with life. But this temporary reprieve only emphasizes how isolated and purposeless he feels normally. The episode demonstrates that Mo's depression isn't biochemical inevitability. It's response to circumstances where he has no meaningful relationships, no sense of mattering to anyone, no reason to believe tomorrow will differ from today's loneliness and rejection. His business barely survives despite being the only bar many Springfield residents frequent. Mo works every day, all day, yet remains perpetually broke. The tavern should provide stable income, but financial stress compounds his other problems. He can't afford therapy even if he wanted it. He can't take time off to address his mental health. He's trapped in a cycle where depression makes working harder, which makes money scarcer, which makes depression worse. The bar that should be his livelihood has become another prison contributing to his suffering. Complete loneliness defines Mo's existence. He has no family. His friendships are transactional relationships with customers who tolerate him because he serves them alcohol. Homer and the other regulars call him friend, but treat him with casual cruelty, mocking his appearance and loneliness to his face. Nobody checks on him. Nobody invites him to events outside the bar. Nobody seems to care whether he lives or dies. This social isolation is a known risk factor for suicide, and Mo experiences it in its most extreme form. His romantic failures compound the isolation. Every woman he approaches rejects him. Every relationship attempt fails. Every connection he tries to build collapses. The show presents this as comedy about an ugly man whose desperation repels women. But what we're watching is someone being denied the human connection that makes life bearable. After decades of rejection, Mo has internalized that he's unlovable. This belief, combined with his isolation and financial stress, creates the perfect storm for suicidal depression. When Mo calls the suicide prevention hotline, they have him on caller ID and groan when they see it's him again. This detail, played for laughs, reveals something horrifying. He calls frequently enough that they recognize him. He's in crisis often enough that professional counselors are annoyed rather than concerned. Even the people whose job is preventing suicide have stopped taking his calls seriously. He's literally crying for help to the only resource available, and they've dismissed him as nuisance rather than patient in need. The show occasionally shows Mo's past, hinting at dreams and aspirations that died. He wanted to be successful. He imagined having a family. He hoped for respect and connection. But Springfield crushed these dreams systematically through the combination of economic struggle, social rejection, and the grinding loneliness of being the person nobody wants around. He's watching his life pass while having nothing to show for it except an empty bar, mounting debt, and increasing certainty that things will never improve. His gun under the bar carries symbolic weight. It's there ostensibly for protection, but the way Mo references it suggests darker purposes. People with access to lethal means are significantly more likely to complete suicide attempts. Mo keeps a loaded weapon within arm's reach while experiencing chronic suicidal ideation. This isn't theoretical risk, it's statistical probability waiting to happen. What makes Mo's situation particularly tragic is how preventable it is. Depression is treatable. Therapy helps. Medication helps. Community support helps. But Mo has access to none of these resources. He can't afford treatment. He has no community that cares about his well-being. Springfield's mental health infrastructure, if it exists at all, hasn't reached him. He's left to suffer alone while everyone around him treats his pain as comedy material. Men with depression often present differently than women. They express it through anger, substance abuse, risk-taking, and dark humor, rather than visible sadness. Mo exhibits every one of these patterns. His bar is both his workplace and constant exposure to alcohol. His irritability pushes people away, even as he desperately needs connection. His jokes about suicide are the only way he can acknowledge his pain without violating masculinity norms that forbid men from admitting vulnerability. Mo represents how society treats male depression as comedy rather than crisis, while he slowly deteriorates with zero intervention. Every suicide joke is a man telling you he wants to die. Every failed relationship is someone being denied the connection that might give him reason to live. Every day pouring drinks for people who mock him is another day of accumulated pain with no relief in sight. The show documents his suffering across hundreds of episodes while treating it as recurring gag instead of ongoing tragedy that will likely end exactly how Mo keeps saying it will. CT more money from people already trapped in dependence on his power company. The environmental damage extends far beyond the nuclear plant itself. Burns owns drilling operations that contaminate soil. His slant drilling operation steals oil from beneath the school, causing the building to sink into the earth. His various industrial facilities dump waste directly into waterways. Springfield's environment has been so thoroughly poisoned that entire ecosystems collapsed. The town that could have thrived as a beautiful mountain community instead became an environmental disaster zone where residents accept pollution as inevitable. His economic stranglehold ensures no competition can survive. Local businesses that might challenge his interests mysteriously fail or face harassment until they close. Independent power generation gets blocked. Alternative employment opportunities get sabotaged. Burns created a company town model where every resident depends on his goodwill for survival. This dependence means no one can effectively oppose him. Speaking out means losing your job, losing your home, losing everything. He's trapped an entire population in economic hostage situation. The class divide. Burns and forces split Springfield into winners and losers, with himself as the only permanent winner. He pays workers poverty wages while accumulating obscene wealth. Employees work dangerous jobs without proper safety equipment or health care. They face arbitrary firings and cruel management. Meanwhile, Burns lives in a mansion filled with priceless art, protected by private security, answerable to no authority. The show depicts feudalism operating within a supposedly democratic society. His destruction of local business deserves particular attention. Every family-owned store, every independent operation, every attempt at economic diversity gets crushed. Burns either buys them out, undercuts them until they fail, or uses political connections to regulate them out of existence. Springfield's economic stagnation isn't coincidence. It's deliberate strategy. Maintaining poverty ensures a desperate workforce willing to accept any job at any wage. Economic diversity would give workers options. Burns ensures options never exist. The political corruption Burns maintains guarantees his actions face no consequences. He owns Mayor Quimby through donations and bribes. He controls the police through financial influence. He manipulates courts through expensive lawyers and judge intimidation. Springfield's government exists as Burns's private enforcement arm rather than public protection. Every institution meant to check corporate power instead serves corporate interests. Residents have no legal recourse because Burns controls the entire legal system. His treatment of workers reveals the human cost of his economic model. Homer and his coworkers face constant exposure to radiation and toxic materials. They work long hours for inadequate pay. They receive minimal benefits despite working at one of the most dangerous facilities imaginable. Safety complaints get ignored or punished. Union organizing attempts get crushed. Workers accept these conditions because Burns designed the local economy to ensure they have no alternatives. Real-world company towns operated exactly like this throughout American history. Coal mining communities, factory towns, and resource extraction sites all featured corporations that controlled housing, stores, government, and employment. Workers lived in company housing, shopped at company stores, worked for company wages, and died from company negligence while the owning class accumulated wealth from their exploitation. Burns represents this historical reality continuing into the present day. The show occasionally hints that Burns's stranglehold extends beyond Springfield. His business, empire, influences state and national politics. His wealth connects to global networks of power. Springfield isn't his only victim. It's simply the one we observe. Countless other communities likely suffer similar fates under Burns's various corporate holdings. He's not one evil man destroying one town. He's representative of a class that systematically destroys communities for profit across an entire economic system. Burns represents every corporation that poisons communities while facing no consequences, making Springfield a case study in unchecked capitalist destruction. The fish with three eyes aren't mutation jokes. They're evidence of environmental crimes. The poverty isn't sitcom backdrop. It's economic warfare. The cancer rates aren't throwaway gags. They're mass casualties. Every absurd evil Burns commits has real-world equivalent happening Right now, in communities where corporations wield more power than democracy, where profit matters more than human life, where Charles Montgomery Burns types continue their campaigns of systematic destruction because stopping them would require challenging the systems that created them. Don't forget to subscribe if you're enjoying this series. The next theory explores something even darker about Springfield Elementary. Springfield Elementary isn't just underfunded. It's systematically designed to produce uneducated, compliant workers who'll never escape Springfield's economic trap, creating generational poverty by design. The school doesn't fail to educate children despite its best efforts. It successfully maintains the class structure by ensuring working-class kids remain working class, that children of the poor stay poor, and that nobody develops the critical thinking skills or knowledge base required to recognize and challenge the systems exploiting them. Every broken window, every outdated textbook, every defeated teacher represents deliberate neglect masquerading as budget constraints. Principal Skinner embodies institutional failure personified. He's a man whose entire identity revolves around following rules and maintaining order rather than actually educating students. His military background trained him for obedience and hierarchy enforcement, making him perfectly suited to run an institution where control matters more than learning. Skinner doesn't ask whether policies serve students. He asks whether policies have been properly implemented according to district guidelines. This bureaucratic mindset ensures the school perpetuates dysfunction because questioning the system itself lies outside his conceptual framework. The chronic underfunding never improves despite crisis after crisis. Episodes show the school losing accreditation, lacking basic supplies, hiring unqualified teachers, and operating in conditions that would trigger closure in functional oversight systems. Yet Springfield Elementary continues operating at this baseline of failure year after year with no meaningful intervention. This isn't accidental neglect. This is maintaining education quality at precisely the level that produces workers, but not thinkers. People with enough skills to perform jobs, but not enough to question why those jobs pay poverty wages. Teachers at Springfield Elementary have given up. Miss Hoover openly admits she no longer cares about student outcomes. The gym teacher barely supervises. Mrs. Crabapple became so disillusioned she stopped trying years before her affair with Homer. These aren't teachers who started their careers planning to fail children. They're people who entered an institutional structure that systematically crushes idealism through impossible workloads, inadequate resources, administrative indifference, and the grinding realization that no matter how hard they work, the system ensures their students will likely end up trapped in Springfield anyway. The curriculum itself prepares students for nothing useful. Classes teach memorization rather than critical thinking. History presents sanitized narratives that avoid challenging power structures. Science education barely exists. Arts programs get cut first when budgets tighten. The education Springfield Elementary provides equips students to follow instructions and accept authority, not to analyze systems or imagine alternatives. This isn't education failing to achieve its goals. This is education successfully achieving goals that have nothing to do with student development. Lisa's struggles, despite her exceptional intelligence, reveal how the system crushes potential. She's the smartest student the school has seen in years, yet she receives minimal support or enrichment. Her advanced capabilities get treated as problems requiring management rather than gifts requiring cultivation. Teachers resent that she makes them work harder. Administrators view her as threat to orderly mediocrity. Even her intelligence cannot overcome institutional inertia, determined to reduce everyone to the same low baseline. The school's relationship with testing exposes another dimension of its failure. Standardized tests that should measure learning instead become weapons used against students and teachers. Low scores justify continued underfunding rather than triggering increased support. Teachers teach to tests rather than teaching subjects. Students learn test-taking strategies instead of actual knowledge. The entire educational process becomes performative compliance with metrics that measure nothing meaningful while consuming time that could be spent on actual education. Bart's treatment by the school system demonstrates how institutions punish students they fail. His behavioral problems clearly indicate undiagnosed learning disabilities and home life trauma. Instead of evaluation and support, he receives punishment and stigmatization. Skinner treats him as inherent troublemaker whose presence threatens school order. Teachers label him as lost cause, not worth their effort. The school creates self-fulfilling prophecy where students identified as problems get treated in ways that ensure they become bigger problems. Physical infrastructure decay mirrors educational decay. Buildings crumble while maintenance gets deferred indefinitely. Asbestos remains unfixed. Lead paint peels from walls. Playgrounds rust into hazards. Students learn in environments that teach them they're not worth investment, that their health and safety don't matter, that accepting deteriorating conditions is normal. The physical space communicates values more effectively than any curriculum could. Class size makes individual attention impossible, even for teachers who still care. Overcrowded rooms prevent meaningful interaction between teachers and students. Kids who need extra help don't receive it. Advanced students get bored and disengaged. Everyone suffers from the resource scarcity that district budgets ensure remains permanent. The overcrowding isn't temporary crisis. It's sustained policy that guarantees educational outcomes remain consistently inadequate. Wealthy families in Springfield send their children elsewhere or supplement public education extensively. This two-tier system means the families with political power to demand better schools have no stake in improving Springfield Elementary. Their children escape so they don't fight for change. Meanwhile, working-class families lack the resources to either leave or effectively organize for improvement. The school serves exactly the population with least power to reform it. The few students who succeed despite Springfield Elementary do so by overcoming their education rather than benefiting from it. Their success stories get used to blame students who don't escape, proving that individuals who try hard enough can overcome anything, ignoring that systematic barriers shouldn't require superhuman effort to overcome. These exceptions prove the rule while excusing the system from responsibility for the majority it fails. Springfield Elementary exists to ensure Springfield's children end up exactly like their parents, trapped, uneducated, and exploitable. The institution succeeds at this mission flawlessly, while everyone pretends it's trying but failing to educate. The failure is the point, the dysfunction is design, the neglect is policy, but the educational failure is just one part of Springfield's systematic dysfunction. This next theory reveals who might be orchestrating all of it. What if Springfield's impossible isolation, constant disasters, and complete government neglect aren't coincidence but deliberate? What if the town exists as a contained social experiment studying societal collapse in real time? This theory proposes that Springfield functions as a government-sponsored research project, investigating what happens when a population gets systematically poisoned, economically abandoned, and institutionally neglected. Every crisis that should trigger intervention instead gets documented and observed. Every problem that should prompt assistance instead provides data. Springfield isn't a town that fell through bureaucratic cracks. It's a laboratory where the cracks are features of experimental design. The geographic isolation makes containment possible. Springfield's location remains deliberately vague throughout the series, bordered by other states in configurations that shift depending on the episode. This geographic impossibility isn't continuity error. It's evidence that Springfield exists outside normal space, carefully positioned to remain isolated from surrounding regions. The town has mountains, ocean access, desert, and farmland all within impossible proximity. This geographic incoherence suggests artificial construction rather than natural development. The Simpsons movie makes the experiment explicit when the EPA literally places a dome over Springfield, trapping the entire population inside while the government debates whether to destroy the town completely. This wasn't the government's first intervention in Springfield. It was their most visible continuation of ongoing management. The dome simply made permanent what had always been true. Springfield is a controlled environment where the population cannot leave and outside interference cannot enter. The movie's plot treated this as temporary crisis, but the ease with which the government contained an entire town suggests they'd planned for exactly this contingency. Nuclear plant placement reveals deliberate design. Functional societies don't build nuclear facilities immediately adjacent to residential areas with minimal safety oversight. Burns's plant sits directly next to Springfield, poisoning the population while providing the perfect opportunity to study long-term radiation exposure effects on a contained community. The three-eyed fish aren't accidents, they're data points. The cancer rates aren't tragedies, they're measurements. The birth defects aren't regulatory failures, they're research outcomes. Springfield provides the perfect laboratory for studying what happens when a population gets exposed to sustained environmental toxins across generations. Government agencies demonstrate awareness of Springfield's situation while consistently refusing intervention. The EPA knows about the pollution. Federal authorities know about the corruption. National agencies document the disasters. Yet help never arrives. Investigations conclude without enforcement. Violations get recorded without consequences. This pattern of awareness without action suggests observation rather than neglect. Someone is watching Springfield deliberately, collecting data on how far a community can deteriorate before complete collapse. The town's economic structure perfect for studying poverty's effects on populations. Springfield has enough industry to sustain basic survival, but insufficient opportunity for advancement. Residents can eat and maintain shelter, but cannot accumulate wealth or escape. This controlled scarcity creates the ideal environment for observing how poverty perpetuates across generations, how economic desperation affects decision-making, and how populations respond when all upward mobility gets systematically blocked. Every institution in Springfield operates at precise level of dysfunction, optimal for research. The schools fail but don't close. The hospital provides inadequate care but doesn't shut down. The police maintain order but don't prevent crime. The government acknowledges problems but never solves them. This consistent institutional performance at the edge of collapse without actual collapse suggests careful management maintaining specific experimental conditions. The population's strange stability supports the experiment theory. Despite constant disasters, economic stress, environmental poisoning, and institutional failure, Springfield's population remains relatively constant. People don't flee en masse, the town doesn't empty out. Residents complain but stay. This retention rate shouldn't be possible unless exit somehow gets prevented or discouraged. The experiment requires stable population for longitudinal data, so mechanisms exist to ensure people remain trapped even when rational choice would be escape. Springfield's media isolation prevents outside awareness of the town's condition. National news never reports Springfield's disasters. Federal politicians never campaign there. The town exists in a strange bubble where catastrophes happen regularly, but never reach national consciousness. This information quarantine ensures the experiment continues unobserved by populations who might object to using American citizens as test subjects. The variety of disasters Springfield experiences suggests testing multiple scenarios: nuclear meltdowns, mob takeovers, environmental catastrophes, economic collapses, disease outbreaks, infrastructure failures. Springfield survives all of them, while researchers presumably document population responses. Each crisis provides data on resilience, adaptation, and breaking points. The town functions as stress testing laboratory for societal systems. Real-world precedents exist for government experiments on unwitting populations. Tuskegee, MKUltra, radiation experiments, deliberate infection studies. Documented history proves governments conduct unethical research on citizens when they believe the data justifies the damage. Springfield represents the logical extension of this history. Instead of experimenting on individuals, they're experimenting on an entire community, studying societal collapse mechanics in controlled environment. The theory explains why Springfield's problems never improve despite their severity. Improvement would corrupt the experimental data. The research questions require sustained dysfunction to answer. How long can communities survive environmental poisoning? What poverty levels trigger social breakdown? How much institutional failure can populations absorb? Before revolution? Springfield exists to answer these questions through direct observation of controlled population experiencing precisely calibrated suffering. Springfield residents are unwitting test subjects in studying how populations respond to environmental poisoning, economic abandonment, and institutional failure, while someone somewhere carefully documents every measurement of their systematic destruction. Speaking of experiments, there's a particularly disturbing theory about what Crusty the Clown represents. Crusty the Clown isn't just a washed-up entertainer. He's the personification of how the entertainment industry exploits children for profit while destroying their innocence and warping their development. Every aspect of his character, from the dangerous merchandise to the cynical corporate partnerships to the complete disconnect between his public persona and private misery, reflects exactly how children's entertainment functions in reality. Crusty represents every performer who sold their soul for money, every corporation that views kids as revenue streams, and every adult who betrayed childhood trust for personal gain. The merchandise Crusty sells to children reveals his complete indifference to their well-being. Crusty branded products routinely injure or poison kids. His breakfast cereal contains jagged metal shards that tear children's mouths. His action figures have parts that break off and choke toddlers. His chemistry sets contain dangerous toxins. The show presents these as comedy, but they're documenting something real. Corporations market harmful products to children while celebrity endorsers collect checks without caring about consequences. Crusty knows his merchandise hurts kids. He continues endorsing it anyway because the money matters more than the children consuming it. Camp Crusty exemplifies this exploitation at its most vicious. Parents send their children to what they believe is enriching summer camp experience endorsed by someone kids trust. Instead, the camp operates as child labor facility where kids work in dangerous conditions, eat spoiled food, and face physical abuse from counselors. Crusty himself never appears, having simply sold his name and image for profit while taking zero responsibility for what happens under his brand. This is an exaggerated satire. This is exactly how celebrity endorsements work. Famous people license their names to enterprises they never visit, never verify, and never care about beyond the royalty checks. His complete corporate sellout destroys any remaining integrity his entertainment once possessed. Crusty endorses everything. Products he's never used, services he's never tried, causes he doesn't believe in, political candidates he despises. Nothing is too shameful to promote if the price is right. His act becomes delivery mechanism for advertisements targeting children too young to recognize manipulation. Every joke sets up product placement. Every segment includes sponsored content. The entertainment becomes secondary to marketing, transforming Crusty from performer into walking commercial who sold his audience's trust to the highest bidders. The show within the show format reveals how children's entertainment operates as indoctrination tool. Krusty's program doesn't just entertain. It socializes children into consumerism, teaching them to define happiness through purchasing, to measure worth through possessions, and to view themselves primarily as consumers rather than human beings. The constant barrage of products creates desires children didn't have, solving problems they didn't know existed with merchandise their parents can barely afford. Crusty weaponizes childhood trust to transform kids into profit centers. His personal life demonstrates the psychological cost of this betrayal. Crusty hates himself. He gambles compulsively, uses drugs, engages in risky behavior, and treats everyone around him with contempt. This self-destruction stems from awareness that he's betrayed everything he once claimed to value. He entered entertainment presumably wanting to make children happy. He became mechanism for extracting money from children while making them less happy through exposure to consumerism's empty promises. This cognitive dissonance between public persona and private reality creates the self-loathing that defines his existence. His relationship with Bart reveals the human cost particularly clearly. Bart genuinely loves Crusty. He defends him, supports him, and maintains faith in his hero, even when evidence accumulates that Crusty doesn't deserve it. Crusty acknowledges Bart's devotion but never reciprocates meaningfully. He accepts Bart's love while continuing to sell dangerous products to kids like Bart. He takes Bart's trust while endorsing enterprises that exploit children like Bart. The relationship epitomizes how children's entertainers treat their audiences, accept their devotion, exploit their trust, profit from their vulnerability, and provide nothing authentic in return. The mob connections and financial crimes illustrate how deeply corrupted children's entertainment becomes. Crusty doesn't just disappoint kids through mediocre entertainment. He operates criminal enterprise using his wholesome image as cover. Tax fraud, insurance fraud, product liability violations. His brand provides legitimacy that shields illegal activity from scrutiny. Who investigates the beloved children's entertainer? Who suspects the funny clown of running scams? The wholesome image becomes tool for crimes targeting the families who trust that image. Episodes showing Krusty's past hint at idealism that died somewhere along the journey from genuine performer to corporate shill. He had talent once. He cared about his craft. He wanted to create joy rather than extract profit. But the industry transformed him systematically through incentives that rewarded selling out and punished integrity. Every compromise made the next one easier until nothing remained of the artist except branded shell doing whatever generates revenue. The theory extends beyond Crusty as individual to what he represents about children's entertainment generally. Every kids' show that's primarily merchandise delivery system. Every performer who endorses products they know are harmful. Every corporation that targets children as consumers before they develop critical thinking to resist manipulation. Every adult who uses childhood trust as weapon for profit. Crusty embodies all of it. Crusty represents every children's entertainer who sold out, every corporation that targets kids as consumers, and every adult who betrayed childhood innocence for profit. His painted smile hides the mechanism by which innocence gets converted into quarterly earnings. But Krusty's exploitation pales compared to this next theory about Itchy and Scratchy. Itchy and Scratchy isn't just cartoon violence. It's a meta-commentary on how media systematically desensitizes children to real violence, creating adults who accept brutality as entertainment. The ultra-violent Cat and Mouse show that Springfield's children watch obsessively functions as deliberate conditioning program, training young minds to view extreme violence as normal, funny, and consequence-free. Every decapitation, every dismemberment, every creative murder normalizes the idea that inflicting suffering on others can be entertaining. The show documents its own medium's role in creating generations who've learned to laugh at pain. The violence escalates beyond anything that could be considered slapstick comedy. Itchy doesn't just hit Scratchy with a mallet. He tortures him elaborately, prolonging suffering for maximum entertainment value. He cuts Scratchy open and removes organs. He sets him on fire and watches him burn. He uses weapons specifically designed to inflict extended agony. The murders demonstrate creativity in causing pain, teaching children that violence can be an art form where innovation in torture techniques deserves appreciation and applause. Bart and Lisa's reactions while watching reveal how effectively the desensitization works. They laugh at torture. They cheer at murder. They become bored when episodes aren't violent enough and demand more extreme content. The show occasionally depicts them trying to recreate Itchy and Scratchy violence with actual household items, demonstrating how media violence translates into behavioral modeling. What they watch shapes what they do. The boundary between cartoon violence and real violence becomes porous when children spend hours daily training their brains to find suffering hilarious. Itchy and Scratchy and Marge directly addresses this dynamic when Marge campaigns against the show's violence after Maggie attacks Homer with a mallet in imitation of what she saw on television. The episode acknowledges that media violence affects children's behavior, then ultimately sides with the cartoon's right to continue producing violent content. Marge's crusade fails, the show returns to its violent baseline, and children resume their daily exposure to creative murder. The message becomes clear: profits from violent entertainment matter more than children's psychological development. The show's structure trains specific responses to violence. Pain is funny. Suffering deserves laughter. The victim's experience doesn't matter. Only the attacker's creativity and the violence's entertainment value register as significant. Children watching Itchy and Scratchy learn to evaluate violence based on its spectacle rather than its impact on the victim. They develop detachment from suffering that makes real-world violence easier to perpetrate or tolerate because their emotional responses have been systematically rewired to find pain amusing. Parents in Springfield universally fail to monitor or limit their children's exposure to this content. Homer watches it himself and laughs just as hard as his kids. Marge occasionally expresses concern, but mostly allows unlimited viewing. No Springfield parent seems to consider that perhaps letting children watch elaborate torture murders daily might affect their development. This parental neglect mirrors real-world patterns where media raises children while parents assume someone else is monitoring content appropriateness. The Poochie episode reveals the industry's cynical understanding of its audience. When focus groups show children want more violence and less depth, the network immediately complies. When test audiences reject anything that isn't extreme stimulation, the show adapts to provide exactly that. The entertainment industry doesn't ask whether giving children what they want is healthy. It asks only what maximizes viewership and advertising revenue. Children's developing brains request more extreme content because previous exposure desensitized them to lower levels. The industry interprets this as market demand, requiring satisfaction rather than addiction. Cycle requiring intervention. The seamless integration of violent content into children's daily routines normalizes what should be shocking. Itchy and Scratchy airs during breakfast. Kids watch it after school. Episodes play during dinner. The violence becomes background noise, environmental factor as normal as weather. This constant exposure creates baseline where extreme violence registers as mundane rather than disturbing. Children's threat assessment systems get calibrated to accept violence as unremarkable, which shapes how they understand and respond to real-world violence later. The show's self-awareness makes the critique sharper. The Simpsons knows it's participating in the same dynamics it satirizes. Every Itchy and Scratchy segment simultaneously mocks violent entertainment and provides that exact entertainment. The writers acknowledge the problem while perpetuating it because violent content drives ratings regardless of its effects on viewers. This recursive awareness doesn't stop the cycle. It just makes everyone complicit more self-consciously. Research on media violence effects remains contentious, but certain patterns appear consistently across studies. Sustained exposure to violent media increases aggression, decreases empathy, and normalizes violence as conflict resolution method. Children who consume violent media regularly show measurably different responses to real violence than children with limited exposure. The debate isn't whether effects exist, but how significant those effects are, and whether entertainment value justifies developmental costs. Every Itchy and Scratchy segment is The Simpsons warning about its own medium's effects while participating in the same cycle. The show tells you violent entertainment damages children while using that entertainment to keep you watching. It critiques desensitization through content designed to desensitize. It's critique and continuation simultaneously, making everyone who watches complicit in the system it exposes. Let's examine another form of systematic damage, this time about Grandpa Simpson's treatment. The Simpson family's treatment of Grandpa isn't funny. It's documented elder abuse and neglect that reflects how society warehouses and ignores seniors until they die. Every joke about dumping him at the nursing home, every scene where Homer forgets about him for weeks, every moment where his medical needs get dismissed as inconvenient, these aren't sitcom gags. They're realistic portrayal of how families abandon elderly relatives when caring for them becomes burdensome. The show accidentally documents elder abuse while presenting it as comedy, making us complicit in laughing at someone whose family treats him as disposable burden awaiting death. The retirement castle functions as warehouse, not home. The facility provides minimal care in deteriorating conditions while extracting maximum payment from residents who have nowhere else to go. Staff ignore residents' needs. Activities consist of staring at walls or watching television. Medical care barely exists beyond keeping residents alive long enough to continue collecting fees. The building decays around people who no longer have power to demand better conditions. This isn't exaggerated satire of nursing homes. This is accurate representation of how many facilities operate when residents lack family advocates or financial resources to access better care. Homer's relationship with his father reveals the cruelty underlying familial elder neglect. He openly expresses hatred toward Grandpa. He forgets him constantly. He views visiting as burdensome obligation rather than expression of love or duty. When Grandpa needs help, Homer responds with annoyance at the inconvenience rather than concern for his father's well-being. This dynamic mirrors real patterns where adult children who resented their parents continue that resentment into the parents' vulnerable years, withholding care as retroactive. Punishment for perceived childhood failures. Grandpa versus sexual inadequacy exposes the financial exploitation particularly clearly. The episode reveals tension over inheritance and money, with Homer viewing his father's resources as assets he's entitled to rather than Grandpa's property to use as he wishes. The family calculates what they'll receive when he dies. They resent expenditures that reduce their eventual inheritance. They pressure him to economize so more money remains for them. This financial abuse, where families view elderly relatives primarily as future inheritances rather than present human beings, happens constantly in real life. Medical neglect appears repeatedly throughout the series. Grandpa experiences health crises that get dismissed as attention-seeking or normal aging. His complaints about pain get ignored. His requests for medical attention get delayed or denied. The family treats his declining health as inconvenience they must tolerate, rather than serious condition requiring intervention. When elderly people try to communicate suffering and their families respond with irritation rather than care, that's medical neglect. It shortens lives and increases suffering while families congratulate themselves for putting up with the burden. The pattern of dumping Grandpa at the nursing home and forgetting about him for extended periods constitutes abandonment. Episodes reference weeks or months passing without family visits. Homer drops him off and disappears. The grandchildren rarely see him despite living in the same town. Marge occasionally remembers to check on him out of guilt rather than genuine concern. This abandonment teaches Grandpa that his family tolerates his existence but doesn't value his presence. He's burdened, they're relieved to delegate to institutional care. His attempts to maintain dignity and relevance get systematically dismissed. When Grandpa tells stories about his past, the family groans and tunes out. When he offers advice based on life experience, they mock him. When he tries to participate in family activities, they exclude him. This emotional abuse communicates that his thoughts, experiences, and presence hold no value. Over time, this treatment destroys self-worth and hastens the psychological decline that people mistake for inevitable aging rather than recognizing as response to systematic devaluation. The show occasionally acknowledges the tragedy of Grandpa's situation before quickly returning to using him for comedy. Brief moments reveal his loneliness, his awareness that his family doesn't want him, his understanding that he's waiting to die in a place nobody visits. These glimpses of genuine pathos get buried under jokes about senility and irrelevance. The emotional truth surfaces momentarily before the show buries it, again because sustained acknowledgement would make the comedy uncomfortable. Real nursing homes operate exactly like retirement castle for residents whose families don't advocate for them. Minimal staffing leads to neglect. Profit motives mean cutting care costs to maximize revenue. Residents without frequent family visitors receive the worst treatment because nobody monitors their care quality. The facilities count on family members being too busy, too guilty, or too relieved at not having to provide care themselves to investigate conditions or demand improvements. Society's treatment of the elderly mirrors the Simpson family's treatment of Grandpa. We warehouse seniors in facilities when they become inconvenient. We dismiss their voices and experiences as irrelevant. We wait for them to die while resenting the resources they consume. We view aging itself as shameful decline requiring removal from public view. The systematic devaluation of elderly people happens at every level, from family to institution to culture. The financial structure of elder care ensures abuse continues. Families cannot afford in-home care. Good facilities cost more than most people have saved. Medicaid only covers nursing homes after assets get depleted. This system forces families into situations where they must either bankrupt themselves providing care or warehouse elderly relatives in inadequate facilities. Then society blames families for making choices the system designed them to make. Every joke about grandpa's rambling or irrelevance is masking systematic abuse of someone whose family is counting down until inheritance. We're watching elder neglect, played for laughs while it documents exactly how families abandon seniors when care becomes inconvenient, how institutions warehouse people whose families have given up, and how society treats the elderly as burdens awaiting disposal rather than human beings deserving dignity until death. Be sure to subscribe to our channel. Now let's explore a theory about Maggie that changes everything about the Simpson family dynamic. Maggie Simpson's eternal silence isn't developmental delay, it's conscious choice by the smartest Simpson who understands that speaking would mean engaging with the family dysfunction she observes with perfect clarity. While everyone dismisses her as a baby incapable of comprehension, she watches everything with intelligence that surpasses even Lisa's. Her pacifier isn't infantile comfort object. It's deliberate tool for maintaining her strategic silence while she analyzes the chaos surrounding her and waits for opportunity to escape a family she's already determined isn't worth joining verbally. Who Shot Mr. Burns provides the clearest evidence of Maggie's capabilities. When the mystery of Burns's shooter gets revealed, we discover that Maggie, a baby, managed to obtain a gun, track down Springfield's most powerful man, and shoot him. The episode presents this as absurdist comedy, but consider what it actually demonstrates. A pre-verbal child identified a threat, formed a plan, acquired a weapon, located her target, and executed her intention. These aren't actions possible for someone with infant-level cognition. These are sophisticated problem-solving behaviors requiring intelligence, planning ability, and understanding of cause and effect at adult or beyond adult levels. Her expressions throughout the series reveal constant awareness that the show treats as background detail. Watch Maggie's face during family arguments, during Homer's stupidity, during Marge's enabling, during Bart and Lisa's conflicts. She's not staring blankly like an infant. She's observing, analyzing, and clearly processing everything happening around her. Her eyes track conversations. Her expressions shift in response to what people say. She reacts appropriately to emotional content she supposedly can't understand. The evidence of her comprehension appears in every scene if you watch her, instead of dismissing her as prop baby. Think about what Maggie sees from her unique vantage point. She witnesses Homer strangling Bart. She watches Marge's quiet desperation. She observes Lisa's depression. She sees the family's dysfunctional patterns with clarity, unclouded by years of normalization. While other family members have adapted to their circumstances and accepted them as normal, Maggie experiences the dysfunction fresh. She has perspective they lack because she hasn't been conditioned to view their behavior as acceptable. And she's made the rational decision that participating in this circus isn't worth the cost of ending her silence. The dangers she prevents through clever intervention demonstrate sophisticated understanding of causality. Multiple episodes show Maggie subtly manipulating situations to protect family members from harm they're too oblivious to notice. She moves objects that would cause injury. She alerts others to dangers. She takes actions that prevent catastrophes, while everyone remains unaware of her interventions. These aren't instinctive responses. These are calculated actions based on understanding what will happen if she doesn't intervene, and choosing to act despite receiving no credit or recognition. Future episodes where adult Maggie appears often show her speaking articulately and demonstrating high intelligence. These glimpses of her eventual verbal capability prove she possesses language, comprehension, and production abilities now. She's not developing toward language. She already has it. She's choosing not to use it. The question isn't whether Maggie can talk. The question is why she refuses to, and the answer lies in what she understands about her family that speaking would acknowledge. Her strategic use of the pacifier reveals calculation rather than infantile dependence. The pacifier serves multiple functions for Maggie. It provides explanation for her silence that doesn't require further investigation. It makes adults underestimate her. It allows her to retreat into assumed babyhood when situations become uncomfortable. She's weaponized the pacifier as tool for maintaining her cover as someone who can't engage rather than someone who won't engage. This level of strategic thinking about social perception requires intelligence that most adults never develop. The few times Maggie attempts to speak, she stops herself before revealing her capabilities. These near slips suggest she sometimes forgets to maintain her cover, but catches herself before exposing the truth. She's actively suppressing her verbal abilities rather than lacking them. This suppression requires constant vigilance and self-control that directly contradicts the assumption that she's intellectually incapable. You don't suppress what you don't have. Her relationship with other babies in Springfield reinforces the theory. In daycare scenes, Maggie demonstrates leadership and problem-solving abilities that exceed what other babies show. She organizes escape attempts. She communicates complex ideas through gestures. She develops plans requiring understanding multiple steps and contingencies. The other babies follow her lead, suggesting they recognize her superior intelligence even if adults don't. She's not just smart for a baby, she's operating at levels that make adults look stupid by comparison. Episodes focusing on Maggie's perspective often reveal information adults miss because they assume she's not paying attention. She witnesses conversations that people have in front of her believing she can't understand. She sees behaviors adults hide from children they consider old enough to notice. Her position as dismissed observer gives her access to truth others never see. She knows things about her family that would devastate them if revealed, and she keeps those secrets because speaking would require acknowledging that she's been watching all along. The theory suggests that Maggie represents the only truly sane response to the Simpson family dynamic. Complete disengagement through strategic silence. She's assessed her options and determined that maintaining her cover as a non-verbal infant provides more benefits than participating in the dysfunction around her. She gets care without responsibility. She observes without obligation to intervene. She maintains innocence while understanding everything. Maggie's silence is protective armor, the choice of someone too smart to engage with the family circus, choosing observation over participation until she can escape entirely. While Maggie chooses silence, there's a theory about Milhouse that suggests he never had a choice at all. Milhouse Van Houten's pathetic behavior isn't weakness. It's trauma response from a child raised in an abusive household where his parents' dysfunction destroyed his psychological development. His desperate need for approval, his inability to stand up for himself, his complete lack of self-worth, these aren't personality defects. They're predictable outcomes when children grow up watching their parents tear each other apart emotionally while using them as weapons in their mutual destruction. Milhouse's entire personality was shaped by two people who hated each other but stayed together long enough to ensure their son internalized every toxic pattern before finally divorcing and continuing the abuse through competing for his conditional affection. A Milhouse divided documents the marriage's collapse in ways that reveal how long Milhouse suffered before the visible break. Kirk and Luann don't suddenly become hostile. They've clearly despised each other for years, maintaining the marriage through mutual contempt, while their son watches and learns that this constitutes normal love. The dinner party where everything falls apart shows a couple who've perfected the art of hurting each other through precisely calibrated cruelty. They know exactly which words cut deepest because they've been sharpening those weapons throughout Milhouse's entire childhood. The way they fight reveals patterns Milhouse has absorbed completely. They use passive aggression, withholding affection as punishment, public humiliation to establish dominance, and manipulation disguised as concern. Kirk belittles Luann constantly. Luann responds with contempt. Neither shows affection or respect. Both treat their marriage as battlefield where victory means making the other person feel worse. Milhouse grew up in this war zone, learning that relationships mean constant emotional combat where love gets weaponized and vulnerability guarantees pain. His reaction to the divorce demonstrates how thoroughly the damage runs. Instead of relief that the fighting might end, he experiences the collapse as confirmation that he's fundamentally unlovable. If his parents' marriage failed, somehow that proves he wasn't enough to hold it together. Children in divorce situations often blame themselves, but Milhouse's self-blame goes deeper because his parents actively reinforce this interpretation. They use him as tool in their continued warfare, making him choose sides and punishing him emotionally when he fails to choose correctly. Kirk's post-divorce life illustrates neglect masquerading as fatherhood. He lives in a depressing apartment, works a humiliating job, and treats his parenting time with Milhouse as burden rather than opportunity. The visits consist of Kirk wallowing in his own misery while Milhouse watches, learning that fathers are sad failures who resent their children's existence. Kirk doesn't hide his resentment. He openly expresses regret about his life choices, while Milhouse sits there understanding that he's included in those regrets. Luann's dismissiveness completes the destruction from the maternal side. She views Milhouse as extension of Kirk, something that reminds her of the marriage she escaped. Her interactions with her son carry undertones of resentment that he exists as permanent connection to the man she despises. She provides material care while withholding emotional warmth, teaching Milhouse that mothers give you things but don't actually like you. This combination of Kirk's sad neglect and Luann's cold provision creates a child who understands that both parents view him as obligation rather than joy. His desperate attachment to Bart stems directly from this parental rejection. Bart treats him terribly, uses him for convenience, and provides minimal reciprocal friendship. But for Milhouse, even this terrible friendship represents more consistent positive attention than he receives at home. He accepts mistreatment from Bart because he's learned that relationships mean accepting mistreatment. His complete inability to set boundaries or demand respect reflects training that began when his parents taught him that speaking up leads to worse consequences than silent acceptance. The romantic obsession with Lisa follows similar patterns. She rejects him constantly, clearly and explicitly. She tells him she's not interested. She asks him to leave her alone. She dates other people in front of him. Normal rejection would teach most people to move on, but Milhouse's understanding of love, shaped by watching parents who stayed together despite mutual hatred, tells him that rejection and pain are what love feels like. Lisa's disinterest doesn't discourage him because he learned that love means pursuing someone who doesn't want you while hoping they'll eventually accept you out of exhaustion. His physical appearance contributes to the cycle. The glasses, the awkward posture, the generally unfortunate look. These make him target for bullying that compounds the damage his parents started. Peers reinforce the message his parents taught, that he's fundamentally unacceptable and deserves the mistreatment he receives. The bullying at school and the emotional abuse at home create comprehensive system ensuring Milhouse never develops self-worth or learns that he deserves better treatment. Episodes showing Milhouse's brief moments of confidence or success always end with him returning to his baseline of defeated acceptance. When he temporarily gains power or popularity, he doesn't know how to maintain it because his entire identity is built on being powerless and rejected. Success feels wrong because it contradicts everything he knows about himself. He self-sabotages to return to familiar misery because that's the only emotional state he's learned to navigate. Children who grow up in households like Milhouse's develop specific trauma responses. They become people pleasers who prioritize others' needs over their own. They accept mistreatment as normal. They fear abandonment so intensely that they tolerate abuse to maintain connections. They internalize the message that they're worthless and don't deserve happiness. Milhouse exhibits every single symptom with painful accuracy. His future in glimpses we see suggests the damage becomes permanent. Adult Milhouse remains pathetic, still desperate, still accepting scraps of affection from people who don't value him. The childhood trauma didn't resolve with age. It calcified into personality, becoming the foundation of who he is rather than something he experienced. His parents' dysfunction didn't just hurt him temporarily. It defined him permanently. Milhouse's desperate need for Bart's friendship and romantic obsession with Lisa stem from a child who learned at home that love means pain and rejection, that relationships require accepting mistreatment, and that his worth depends entirely on others' conditional acceptance that never quite arrives. Speaking of toxic relationships, this next theory examines something disturbing about Nelson the bully. Nelson Muntz's bullying isn't random cruelty. It's a child trapped in poverty's cycle, watching his mother struggle alone while he acts out the only male behavior model he knows, violence. His trademark ha-ha isn't just mockery. It's vocalization of the contempt he's learned to feel toward weakness, because weakness, in his world, guarantees suffering. Nelson bullies because poverty taught him that showing vulnerability invites exploitation, that strength requires hurting others before they hurt you, and that the only power available to powerless people is the power to make someone else feel worse. His home life appears in glimpses that reveal systematic neglect and abandonment. Nelson's mother works multiple low-wage jobs, trying to keep them housed and fed. She's exhausted constantly, stretched beyond her capacity, unable to provide the attention or supervision Nelson needs. The apartment they occupy sits in Springfield's poorest neighborhood, where infrastructure decays and services don't reach. His clothing shows wear. His meals come from whatever's cheapest. His childhood consists of managing poverty's daily emergencies, while his mother fights a losing battle against economic forces designed to keep poor families poor. His father abandoned them entirely, leaving Nelson without any positive male role model. The absence shapes everything about how Nelson understands masculinity. Real men, in his experience, are people who leave when things get hard. Real men don't stick around for responsibilities. Real men take what they want and disappear. Without a father to demonstrate alternatives, Nelson has only media stereotypes and other poor kids' fathers to model behavior on. None of these models show him that men can be gentle, responsible, or emotionally available. The bullying becomes strategy for survival in environments where weakness gets punished. Springfield Elementary's social hierarchy operates on brutal terms where strong kids dominate weak ones, and everyone understands these rules implicitly. Nelson didn't invent this system. He recognized it and positioned himself as predator rather than prey. For poor kids especially, school offers one of few arenas where they can exercise any power. Nelson can't control his poverty, his absent father, or his mother's exhaustion, but he can control who gets his lunch money stolen and who gets shoved into lockers. His targets reveal calculation rather than random selection. Nelson bullies kids who have what he lacks: stable families, adequate resources, security. Bart comes from a dysfunctional home, but they have a house, 2 parents present, and consistent meals. Milhouse has nerdy vulnerability, but also divorced parents competing to spoil him. Martin has academic success that promises future escape from poverty. Nelson targets these kids not despite their advantages, but because of them. Every punch communicates his rage at a system that gave them things while denying him even basics. Sleeping with the enemy reveals Nelson's capacity for different behavior when someone shows him genuine affection without trying to change him. Lisa's brief relationship with Nelson demonstrates that underneath the bully persona lives a child desperate for connection and validation. When treated with respect, he responds with surprising gentleness. When given attention, he shows vulnerability he normally hides. The episode proves Nelson's cruelty isn't inherent personality, but learned behavior that serves protective functions he might abandon if his circumstances provided alternatives. But Lisa ultimately rejects him because she wants to reform rather than accept him. Her conditional affection, offered only if he stops being who poverty made him, teaches Nelson the lesson poor kids learn constantly. Acceptance requires transformation into something other than what circumstances created. Rich kids get loved despite flaws. Poor kids get loved only if they overcome the damage poverty inflicted. Lisa means well, but her rejection reinforces Nelson's understanding that he's fundamentally unacceptable as he is. His mother's situation compounds his hopelessness about escape. She works constantly, but remains poor. She tries hard, but falls behind anyway. She demonstrates that effort doesn't guarantee results when systemic barriers prevent advancement. Nelson watches her exhaust herself for nothing, learning that working hard in the system that's rigged against you just means suffering more energetically. This lesson shapes his entire worldview. Playing by rules gets you nowhere when the rules were written to keep you down. The few times Nelson shows kindness or vulnerability, other kids exploit it immediately. This teaches him that goodness is weakness and weakness is danger. In poverty, you can't afford to be exploited. Every resource matters too much. Every advantage requires defending. Nelson learned to bury his gentleness and kindness because expressing those feelings made him target for people who would take advantage. The bullying becomes armor, protecting the vulnerable child underneath who learned that showing that vulnerability guarantees pain. Statistical realities about kids in Nelson's situation are grim. Children in poverty experience higher rates of trauma, abuse, neglect, and adverse childhood experiences. They're more likely to drop out, be incarcerated, remain poor as adults. The cycle perpetuates because poverty creates conditions that make escape nearly impossible, while society blames poor people for remaining trapped. Nelson's bullying isn't individual moral failure. It's predictable response to systematic conditions designed to produce exactly these outcomes. Nelson represents every kid failed by systems designed to keep poor families poor, expressing his powerlessness through the only power he has. Fists that can make someone else hurt as much as he hurts every day watching his mother work herself to death while they stay poor anyway. But poverty isn't Springfield's only cycle. This theory explores how addiction gets passed down through the Simpsons themselves. The Simpsons don't just have an alcoholic father. They're documenting how addiction destroys families across generations, with Marge enabling, kids traumatized, and the cycle guaranteed to continue. Homer's relationship with Duff Beer goes far beyond sitcom dad who drinks too much. It's clinical alcoholism with every diagnostic criterion met. Inability to control consumption, continued use despite negative consequences, tolerance requiring increased amounts, and withdrawal symptoms when alcohol isn't available. The show treats his drinking as character quirk, but what we're actually watching is active addiction, systematically damaging everyone in his orbit, while his wife's codependent enabling ensures he'll never face consequences that might motivate change. Homer drinks daily. He drinks at work despite operating nuclear reactor equipment. He drinks while driving. He drinks before, during, and after every family event. His first response to any emotion, positive or negative, is reaching for beer. Happiness gets celebrated with drinking. Sadness gets medicated with drinking. Stress gets managed through drinking. Boredom gets filled with drinking. His entire emotional regulation system depends on alcohol because he never developed healthy coping mechanisms. This isn't social drinking. This is chemical dependency where alcohol has become necessary for basic functioning. The physical tolerance he demonstrates indicates advanced alcoholism. Homer consumes quantities that would incapacitate normal drinkers. He functions while intoxicated in ways that suggest his body has adapted to constant alcohol presence. Episodes showing him attempting sobriety reveal withdrawal symptoms, including tremors, irritability, and inability to manage stress without his drug of choice. These aren't comedic exaggerations. These are accurate portrayals of what happens when alcoholics stop drinking after years of sustained consumption. Duffless provides rare glimpse of Homer attempting sobriety after losing his license for drunk driving. The episode documents classic addiction patterns: initial resistance to admitting problems, external consequences, forcing temporary change, white-knuckling through withdrawal, and eventual relapse, justified through rationalization. Homer makes it 30 days without drinking, then immediately returns to alcohol at first opportunity. The episode presents this as victory because he proved he could quit when he wanted. Actually, it demonstrates that even serious consequences don't create lasting behavior change when addiction remains untreated. Marge's enabling makes recovery impossible. She witnesses his daily drinking but never demands change. She knows he drives drunk with their children in the car but doesn't stop him. She sees how alcohol affects his parenting, but continues pretending everything is fine. Her role as enabler means shielding Homer from consequences that might force him to confront his addiction. When he gets fired, she doesn't let him experience the full impact. When he causes disasters while drunk, she cleans up the damage. She's not helping him by protecting him. She's guaranteeing the addiction continues by removing incentives for change. Her enabling stems from codependency, where her identity revolves around managing Homer's dysfunction. She's learned to predict his drinking patterns, adjust family life around his intoxication, and present normalcy to the outside world while chaos reigns at home. This exhausting labor maintains the facade that their family functions adequately while actually enabling Homer's continued drinking. Marge can't leave because her entire sense of purpose depends on being the person who keeps everything together despite Homer's addiction. Her worth is tied to her capacity to manage the unmanageable. The children growing up in this environment absorb lessons about alcohol that will shape their futures. Bart learns that drinking is how men handle emotions, and that fathers who love their families can still be drunk constantly. Lisa learns that women accept and accommodate male addiction while pretending it's not happening. Maggie learns that babies get less attention when parents are preoccupied with managing alcoholism. These aren't abstract lessons. They're neurological programming that will influence their relationship with substances for life. Children of alcoholics face dramatically elevated risk of developing addiction themselves. Genetic predisposition combines with environmental learning to create perfect conditions for generational transmission. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie all carry genetic vulnerability to alcoholism from Homer. They're all being raised in an environment that models alcohol as solution to problems. They're all learning that drinking is normal adult behavior rather than addiction requiring treatment. Statistical likelihood suggests at least one, and probably more, will develop substance abuse problems as adults. Bart's behavioral issues connect directly to living with alcoholic father. His impulsivity, his difficulty managing emotions, his tendency toward risk-taking. These match patterns seen in children from alcoholic homes. He's responding to unpredictability and emotional neglect that characterize life with addicted parent. His acting out represents attempts to get attention from parents too preoccupied with addiction management to notice his actual needs. The more he acts out, the more he gets labeled as problem child rather than recognized as trauma survivor. Lisa's hyper-responsibility and perfectionism also stem from alcoholic family dynamics. She's become the family member who achieves, who solves problems, who demonstrates that they're not entirely dysfunctional. This role of hero child in alcoholic families creates adults with anxiety, perfectionism, and inability to acknowledge their own needs. Lisa is already showing these patterns at 8 years old, suggesting they'll define her adult personality. The family system organizes entirely around maintaining the addiction status quo. Everyone adjusts their behavior to accommodate Homer's drinking, rather than demanding he accommodate them by getting sober. Family activities get planned around his alcohol availability. Conversations avoid topics that might trigger his drinking or force acknowledgement of the problem. The entire household structure exists to support continued alcoholism while pretending it's not happening. Homer versus the 18th Amendment reveals how deeply alcohol penetrates Springfield's culture. When Prohibition briefly returns, Homer's response is finding ways to continue drinking rather than accepting temporary sobriety. The episode shows a man whose identity is so intertwined with alcohol that legal prohibition doesn't stop him. This level of commitment to continued drinking, despite all obstacles, defines addiction. Every time Homer chugs a duff, we're watching addiction's generational curse ensure that Bart, Lisa, and Maggie are statistically likely to repeat the pattern, inheriting both genetic vulnerability and learned behaviors that make alcoholism their probable future rather than possibility they might avoid. Don't forget to subscribe. Now let's discuss a theory about Chief Wiggum that explains Springfield's crime problem. Chief Wiggum's apparent stupidity might be calculated strategy to maintain Springfield's crime at levels that justify police budgets while never actually solving the underlying problems. His consistent failure to prevent, investigate, or solve crimes, despite being police chief for years, suggests either incompetence so profound it should have led to firing long ago, or deliberate maintenance of crime rates that ensure continued employment and funding. When police departments benefit from crime existing rather than being eliminated, patterns of strategic incompetence emerge that look exactly like Wiggum's behavior throughout the series. Homer the Vigilante exposes the police department's dysfunction when Springfield residents form a vigilante group because official law enforcement refuses to address a crime wave. Wiggum's response to the cat burglar terrorizing the town consists of minimal investigation, no real effort to catch the criminal, and dismissive attitude toward victims demanding action. When Homer's vigilante group succeeds where police failed, Wiggum doesn't examine why his department couldn't accomplish what untrained citizens did. He just resents the embarrassment without ever improving his performance. The pattern repeats across episodes with suspicious consistency. Major crimes occur regularly in Springfield. Wiggum knows about them. He occasionally makes token efforts at investigation. But resolution almost never comes from actual police work. Criminals get caught through coincidence, civilian intervention, or their own mistakes. Wiggum's department exists as reactive force that shows up after events conclude, rather than proactive organization preventing or solving crime. This isn't just incompetence, it's functional incompetence that serves specific purposes. Budget justification provides clear motive for maintaining crime at manageable but persistent levels. Police departments that solve all crime risk budget cuts or elimination. Departments that demonstrate ongoing crime problems can demand increased funding, more officers, and better equipment. Wiggum presides over a town with consistent crime rates that never improve but never become catastrophic. This sweet spot ensures his department remains necessary while never being held accountable for actually improving public safety. His relationship with organized crime reveals deeper corruption. Fat Tony operates openly in Springfield, conducting obviously illegal activities. Wiggum knows about the mob. He encounters them regularly. He occasionally arrests low-level criminals working for them. But he never seriously challenges the mob's operations or disrupts their business. This pattern suggests understanding that certain crimes get tolerated while others get pursued, with the distinction depending on factors having nothing to do with law enforcement priorities. Episodes showing Wiggum taking bribes or engaging in corrupt practices aren't isolated incidents. They're glimpses of systematic corruption where police services get allocated based on who pays rather than who needs protection. Wealthy residents get immediate response. Poor neighborhoods get ignored. Businesses that pay protection money receive attention. Those that don't get minimal service. This isn't incompetence causing unequal protection. It's deliberate allocation of resources based on financial incentives. His hiring and management practices ensure the department maintains its dysfunction. Officers under Wiggum demonstrate similar incompetence and indifference. Lou and Eddie follow his lead in providing minimal effort while collecting paychecks. The department culture prioritizes avoiding work over serving the public. This organizational pattern suggests leadership actively cultivating incompetence rather than accidentally presiding over it. Competent officers would threaten the system Wiggum maintains. Real police departments demonstrate similar patterns when accountability mechanisms fail. Without oversight, forcing performance, departments prioritize what benefits officers over what benefits communities. Crime provides job security. Solving crime risks obsolescence. This perverse incentive structure means rational self-interest for police involves maintaining crime at levels that justify their existence, while never improving enough to threaten that justification. The war on drugs provides perfect example of this dynamic. Police departments can justify enormous budgets fighting drug crime that prohibition ensures will continue indefinitely. Success would mean ending the drug war and losing that funding. Failure means continued employment fighting unwinnable battle. Wiggum's approach to drug enforcement follows this model. Enough enforcement to justify resources, not enough to actually impact drug availability. His response to community criticism reveals awareness of his position's security. When Springfield residents complain about police performance, Wiggum doesn't fear termination or meaningful consequences. He knows that replacing him requires political will that doesn't exist. that his union protects his employment, and that qualified immunity shields him from accountability. This security allows him to continue minimal performance without risk of losing his position. The theory extends beyond Wiggum as individual to what he represents about policing generally. Departments across America demonstrate that accountability failures create exactly these incentive structures. Police who benefit from crime continuing have no reason to eliminate it. Departments that get funded based on crime rates have motivation to maintain those rates. Organizations protected from consequences for failure have no incentive to improve. Springfield's crime statistics should have triggered state or federal intervention years ago, given consistent failure to maintain public safety. That intervention never arrives because Wiggum maintains crime at levels that seem manageable, even though they're devastating to residents. He's perfected the art of looking busy while accomplishing nothing, appearing to work while ensuring problems persist, and presenting failure as best possible outcome given limited resources. Wiggum represents every police department that maintains crime rather than preventing it, because solving problems would eliminate the justification for their existence. Every unsolved case is job security. Every persistent crime problem is budget justification. Every failure to improve outcomes is proof that more funding and less accountability are needed. While Wiggum fails to protect Springfield from criminals, this next theory suggests someone else is profiting from the chaos. Fat Tony doesn't just operate in Springfield, he owns it, controlling everything from garbage collection to government contracts, while authorities pretend not to notice. The mob's presence in Springfield isn't criminal organization hiding from law enforcement. It's systematic control over municipal functions where organized crime has replaced legitimate governance in everything except name. Every essential service, every major contract, every significant business operation traces back to mob ownership or influence. Springfield residents don't live in a democracy with organized crime problem. They live in a criminal enterprise that maintains democratic theater for appearance's sake. The garbage collection monopoly provides the most visible evidence of mob control. Trash of the Titans reveals that waste management in Springfield operates as classic mob-controlled utility. No competition exists because the mob eliminates competitors. Prices remain high because customers have no alternatives. Service quality stays poor because the monopoly means no pressure to improve. When Homer briefly takes over as sanitation commissioner, he discovers the entire system exists to extract maximum revenue while providing minimal service. This isn't unique to garbage. It's the model for how the mob controls every essential service. Political connections ensure mob operations face no legal consequences. Fat Tony appears at government functions, contributes to political campaigns, and maintains relationships with elected officials who understand that their positions depend on mob approval. Mayor Quimby takes mob money openly. Police ignore mob activities. Courts dismiss charges against mob members. This isn't corruption corrupting otherwise functional government. This is mob using government as front organization for their operations while maintaining enough democratic process to prevent federal intervention. The legitimate business fronts create perfect money laundering system while extracting wealth from Springfield residents. Restaurants, construction companies, real estate developments, all of these businesses operate with mob backing. They overcharge customers, underpay workers, and funnel profits through corporate structures designed to hide mob ownership. Springfield residents shop at mob-owned stores, eat at mob-owned restaurants, and work for mob-owned companies without realizing they're enriching organized crime with every transaction. Episodes showing Fat Tony's operations reveal how deeply mob control penetrates Springfield's economy. When the elementary school needs construction work, mob-connected contractors get the contracts. When the town requires new infrastructure, mob-owned companies submit the winning bids. When businesses need supplies, they purchase from mob-controlled distributors. The mob hasn't infiltrated Springfield's economy. They are the economy, with legitimate business serving as minority participant in system the mob dominates. His willingness to use violence maintains control when financial leverage isn't sufficient. Fat Tony orders attacks on competitors, critics, and anyone who threatens mob interests. These aren't empty threats. People who challenge the mob face genuine danger. This combination of economic control and violence capacity means resistance becomes nearly impossible. You can't compete with businesses that will burn yours down. You can't expose corruption when whistleblowers get killed. You can't reform government when politicians who refuse mob money don't survive elections or sometimes don't survive at all. The police department's relationship with the mob reveals total capture. Wiggum arrests low-level criminals to maintain appearance of law enforcement while ignoring mob operations. When he occasionally arrests mob members, charges get dismissed or evidence disappears. His department doesn't investigate mob crimes seriously because doing so would cost him his position or possibly his life. The mob allows police to maintain fiction of authority while ensuring that authority never threatens actual power structures. Real-world company towns operated exactly like mob-controlled Springfield throughout American history. Whether coal companies in Appalachia or manufacturing giants in the Midwest, these entities controlled housing, stores, government, and employment while maintaining democratic appearances. Workers lived in company housing, shopped at company stores, and voted in elections where company-approved candidates always won. Fat Tony represents this tradition continuing into the present, just with organized crime rather than corporations as the controlling entity, though the distinction matters less than the control itself. The mob's political influence extends beyond Springfield to state and possibly federal levels. Fat Tony references connections that suggest his organization operates across jurisdictions, with protection reaching beyond local government. This regional or national network means challenging. Springfield's mob requires fighting organization with resources and connections far exceeding what local resistance could muster. The mob isn't vulnerable local criminal operation, it's node in larger network that's captured government functions across multiple levels. His interactions with other Springfield institutions reveal relationships built on mutual understanding rather than confrontation. The church doesn't condemn mob activities. The media doesn't investigate mob control. Schools don't teach students about mob influence on their town. Every institution understands that the mob tolerates them as long as they don't challenge mob interests. This creates a system where appearance of normal civic life continues, while actual power operates through channels having nothing to do with democratic process. Springfield isn't just a town with mob presence, it's a mob-controlled municipality where every institution exists at organized crime's pleasure, making residents subjects of criminal enterprise rather than citizens of functional democracy. But organized crime isn't the only systematic control. This theory reveals something darker about how Shelbyville and Springfield really relate. Springfield's rivalry with Shelbyville isn't historical accident. It's systematic class segregation where those who succeed escape to Shelbyville, leaving Springfield as a concentrated poverty trap. The towns don't just have different characters or competing identities. They represent opposite ends of deliberate economic sorting mechanism that ensures winners and losers remain separated geographically, with Springfield designated as the place where failures accumulate, while Shelbyville functions as refuge for anyone who manages upward mobility. The rivalry everyone treats as harmless civic competition actually masks systematic abandonment of Springfield by everyone capable of leaving. Lemon of Troy establishes the town's origin story as dispute over a lemon tree, with the conflict framed as petty territorial squabble between communities that should be nearly identical. But the episode reveals telling differences. Shelbyville appears cleaner, more prosperous, better maintained. The residents seem wealthier and more confident. Even the children from Shelbyville carry themselves differently, displaying entitlement that comes from growing up somewhere that works rather than somewhere that's failing. These aren't coincidental variations. They're visible evidence of systematic wealth concentration in one town while the other deteriorates. The visual differences between towns tell the story economics textbooks describe with statistics. Shelbyville has maintained infrastructure. Streets get repaired, buildings stay painted, parks remain functional. Springfield's infrastructure crumbles continuously. Potholes persist for years. buildings decay visibly, public spaces become hazardous. This divergence doesn't happen naturally. It requires systematic difference in tax base, investment, and population composition. Shelbyville has money because people with money live there. Springfield lacks money because everyone who accumulates wealth leaves. No one successfully moves from Springfield to Shelbyville in any permanent way throughout the series. Characters occasionally visit Shelbyville or interact with its residents, but the boundary between towns functions as one-way valve. People flow from Shelbyville to Springfield when they fail or fall. Nobody flows from Springfield to Shelbyville when they succeed. This pattern reveals that the towns don't just represent different places. They represent different economic castes, with movement between them restricted to downward mobility only. The school systems illustrate the divergence particularly clearly. Springfield Elementary operates in crisis mode, constantly with inadequate funding, defeated teachers, and crumbling facilities. Shelbyville's schools, glimpsed occasionally, appear better resourced and maintained. This educational inequality ensures children raised in Springfield receive inferior preparation compared to Shelbyville children, perpetuating the class divide across generations. Poor education produces poor outcomes, which produce poor adults who remain in Springfield, producing poor children who receive poor education and self-sustaining cycle. Springfield's economic opportunities consist primarily of low-wage service work and the nuclear plant that poisons everyone. Professional careers, high-paying jobs, and opportunities for advancement exist elsewhere or don't exist at all. This limited opportunity structure means even talented or ambitious Springfield residents face nearly insurmountable barriers to improving their circumstances. The economy ensures most people born in Springfield die in Springfield, having never achieved financial security. Shelbyville presumably offers the economic opportunities Springfield lacks. The town appears to have professional employment, successful businesses, and residents with disposable income. When Springfield residents encounter Shelbyville people, the class difference manifests obviously. Shelbyville residents display confidence and security that comes from living somewhere functional. Springfield residents show the defeated exhaustion of people trapped somewhere that's failing them systematically. Real American cities demonstrate exactly this pattern of geographic, economic segregation. Wealthy suburbs surround struggling urban cores. Successful people concentrate in specific neighborhoods, while poverty concentrates elsewhere. School district boundaries create educational inequality that perpetuates class divisions. Zoning laws and housing costs ensure economic mixing remains minimal. Shelbyville and Springfield represent this dynamic compressed into neighboring towns rather than distributed across metropolitan regions. The rivalry serves ideological function of disguising class segregation as cultural difference. Instead of acknowledging that Shelbyville succeeds because it's where successful people live, while Springfield fails because it's where unsuccessful people get trapped, residents frame the difference as civic identity and historical grudge. This reframing makes the inequality seem natural or deserved, rather than systematically produced and maintained. Springfield residents who achieve any success presumably face pressure to leave for Shelbyville, where their resources would be appreciated and their children would receive better opportunities. Those who stay either lack resources to leave or possess unusual loyalty that makes them tolerate inferior conditions. But every successful person who leaves makes Springfield's situation worse by removing their tax contribution, their social capital, and their advocacy from a town that desperately needs all three. The two towns represent America's systematic separation of winners and losers, with Springfield designated as where failures stay, trapped, while Shelbyville rewards those who escape with better schools, safer streets, and opportunities their former neighbors will never access. Let's examine another form of entrapment, this time about how Springfield keeps its residents from ever leaving. Springfield residents don't just stay by choice, they're trapped by systemic forces ensuring anyone who tries to leave either fails or returns broken, creating a population prison disguised as a town. Episodes throughout the series show characters attempting escape, pursuing opportunities elsewhere, or simply trying to start over in different locations. These attempts universally end in failure and return to Springfield. The pattern appears so consistently that it can't be coincidence or narrative convenience. Something about Springfield prevents departure in ways that go beyond normal economic or social barriers, keeping people rooted in communities. Lisa represents the most persistent escape attempts throughout the series. Her intelligence and ambition should enable her to leave Springfield for college, career, or simply better circumstances. Future episodes show her making it out temporarily, but always returning. When we glimpse her as adult, she's either still in Springfield or has moved away, but maintains such strong connection that she might as well have stayed. Her failure to escape permanently despite having every advantage necessary for departure suggests the barriers are systemic rather than individual. The economic structure creates immediate obstacles to leaving. Moving requires capital, Springfield. Residents don't possess. Selling Springfield property to fund relocation proves difficult because nobody wants to buy in a declining town where pollution makes real estate nearly worthless. Residents own houses they can't sell and lack savings to relocate without selling. This economic trap keeps people physically bound to a place where their largest asset has no market value. Jobs that might enable escape don't exist in Springfield or don't pay enough to accumulate moving capital. Homer's nuclear plant position theoretically provides decent income, but his spending habits and the family's needs consume everything he earns. The Simpsons never accumulate savings despite Homer maintaining employment for years. This pattern extends to other Springfield families. Everyone works, but nobody gets ahead. The economic system extracts all surplus value, ensuring residents can never accumulate the resources escape requires. When characters do leave temporarily for opportunities elsewhere, catastrophic failures force their return. These failures often seem improbably complete, as though forces beyond normal bad luck conspire to ensure departure attempts don't succeed. Homer gets opportunities in other cities, then loses them through spectacular disasters. Other characters pursue possibilities away from Springfield, only to face circumstances that destroy those opportunities specifically. The consistency suggests active mechanisms preventing escape rather than passive barriers making it difficult. Family ties function as psychological chains keeping people bound even when they develop means to leave. Obligation to elderly parents, responsibility for siblings, guilt about abandoning relatives. These emotional bonds trap people who might otherwise depart. The family structure in Springfield seems designed to maximize these binding obligations. Everyone has dependent relatives or people counting on them in ways that make individual escape feel like betrayal. The few characters who successfully leave Springfield tend to be wealthy outsiders who maintain minimal connection to the town. Mr. Burns could leave any time but chooses to stay because Springfield serves his interests. Troy McClure lived elsewhere while working in Springfield. Genuine Springfield natives rarely escape permanently. This class-based pattern reveals that the trap affects primarily people without resources, suggesting economic rather than supernatural mechanisms enforce the imprisonment. Future episodes showing adult Simpsons consistently depict them still in Springfield or having failed to stay away permanently. These glimpses across different timelines all show similar outcomes. The children grow up, pursue opportunities elsewhere, but ultimately remain connected to or return to Springfield. The consistency across multiple possible futures suggests inevitability rather than one particular path. Springfield doesn't just make leaving difficult, it makes leaving impossible. The psychological effects of understanding you're trapped manifest throughout Springfield's population. The defeated exhaustion, the abandoned dreams, the acceptance of circumstances that should be intolerable. These responses match what you'd expect from people who've tried to escape and failed enough times that they've stopped trying. Springfield residents aren't accepting their situation out of contentment. They're accepting it out of learned helplessness from discovering that fighting against their circumstances leads nowhere. Children growing up watching parents fail to escape absorb the lesson that trying is pointless. Bart and Lisa see their parents trapped and learn that this fate awaits them. Maggie observes everyone else's imprisonment and stays silent because speaking would mean engaging with a reality she's already determined offers no exit. Generational transmission of trapped status happens not through genetic inheritance, but through children learning that their parents' cage will become theirs regardless of individual effort or merit. The town's geographic impossibility supports the prison theory. Springfield's location shifts depending on narrative needs, suggesting it exists outside normal space in ways that make departure more complicated than driving to the next state. The flexible geography could indicate that Springfield isn't really a place you can leave by normal means, because it's not really a place in the normal sense. Springfield functions as an open-air prison where residents have freedom to move within, but can never actually escape its gravitational pull. Every attempt to leave gets thwarted by economic impossibility, catastrophic failure, or psychological bonds that pull people back until they stop trying and accept that Springfield will be their permanent home, regardless of what they want or deserve. Be sure to subscribe. Now let's explore a theory about Sideshow Bob that reveals something terrifying about Springfield's justice system. Sideshow Bob's homicidal behavior might be wrong, but his underlying rage at Springfield's systematic celebration of stupidity over intelligence is completely justified. His repeated attempts to kill Bart and overthrow Springfield's social order stem from legitimate grievance against a culture that punishes excellence, rewards mediocrity, and treats intelligence as threat rather than asset. Bob isn't a villain who became evil for incomprehensible reasons. He's a brilliant mind systematically destroyed by a society that had no use for his gifts except as target for mockery, leaving him with rational fury at the system that wasted his potential while celebrating those who embody everything he despises about human stupidity. His background reveals someone whose intellect should have led to achievement and respect. Bob possesses genuine culture and sophistication. He appreciates opera, classical literature, and high art. He demonstrates mastery of complex subjects from engineering to theatrical performance. His vocabulary and verbal facility exceed anyone else in Springfield. These capabilities should have provided path to success and recognition. Instead, they led to career as sidekick to a clown who represents everything Bob detests about popular entertainment's race to the intellectual bottom. Krusty's treatment of Bob epitomizes the betrayal that fueled his transformation from performer to murderer. Crusty exploited Bob's talents while giving him none of the recognition those talents deserved. Every show featured Bob performing complex acts requiring skill and preparation, while Crusty took credit and audience adoration. The signature gag involved Crusty using Bob for physical comedy, stepping on rakes, and getting hurt for laughs. Bob's humiliation became entertainment, while his actual abilities went unacknowledged. This dynamic taught Bob that intelligence and talent matter less than willingness to debase yourself for mass amusement. The cultural message Springfield sends through Krusty's treatment of Bob extends beyond their personal relationship. The town loves Crusty despite his obvious moral failings, terrible entertainment, and complete sellout to corporate interests. They make him rich and famous for providing lowest common denominator content. Meanwhile, they ignore or mock Bob's sophistication and culture. When Bob performs Gilbert and Sullivan, audiences laugh at him for being pretentious. When Crusty makes fart jokes, they applaud. Springfield communicates clearly that stupidity entertains, while intelligence annoys. His criminal behavior began after years of accumulated humiliation finally exceeded his capacity to tolerate it. The first murder attempt wasn't random violence from an inherently evil person. It was calculated response from someone who'd been systematically degraded until violence seemed like the only remaining option for asserting dignity and power. Bob's crime spree represents rebellion against culture that had no legitimate place for him except as object of ridicule. Cape Fear and subsequent episodes show Bob's ongoing attempts to escape Springfield and start over elsewhere. These efforts consistently fail because the justice system traps him in cycle of imprisonment and parole without addressing underlying causes of his criminality. Prison should theoretically provide opportunity for rehabilitation. Instead, it warehouses Bob until his sentence ends, then releases him back into the society that created his rage without any mechanism for addressing grievances that drove him to violence originally. The prison system's failure with Bob reveals broader dysfunction. He escapes repeatedly, demonstrating that incarceration doesn't actually contain him effectively. When caught, he faces additional sentences that lead to more imprisonment and eventual release back into the same circumstances. The cycle perpetuates because nobody asks why Bob became violent or what might prevent recurrence. The system just punishes, releases, and waits for reoffense. His intelligence makes him more dangerous but also more sympathetic. Bob's schemes demonstrate genuine creativity and planning ability that, directed toward legitimate purposes, could have contributed significantly to society. His ability to manipulate systems, forge documents, and orchestrate complex operations proves his capabilities. Springfield wasted these gifts by offering him no legitimate outlet beyond being Crusty's punching bag. Society bears responsibility for pushing brilliant people into criminality by denying them paths to recognition that don't require self-humiliation. "Brother, can you spare 2 dimes?" isn't specifically about Bob, but it illustrates Springfield's class system and how it punishes certain types of intelligence while rewarding others. The episode shows that success in Springfield requires either being wealthy already, being stupid enough not to recognize exploitation, or being willing to debase yourself for profit. Bob possesses none of these qualities. He's too smart to be exploited unknowingly, too poor to buy legitimacy, and too dignified to debase himself beyond the point Crusty already forced on him. His opera singing and cultural references throughout his criminal career show someone clinging to markers of sophistication even while engaged in murder attempts. Bob performs arias while pursuing Bart. He quotes Shakespeare while plotting revenge. He maintains cultural identity as though intelligence and culture remain valuable even when society disagrees. This persistence reveals someone who believes intelligence should matter, despite all evidence that Springfield punishes rather than rewards it. The recurring joke about Bob stepping on rakes takes on darker meaning when considered as symbol of his entire experience. He approaches situations with intelligence and planning, then gets defeated by random stupidity symbolized by the rake. Springfield itself is the rake that Bob keeps stepping on, a society structured to ensure intelligence gets punished while stupidity triumphs. Each escape attempt ends with metaphorical rake to the face as the stupid world defeats the brilliant criminal through sheer incompetence and luck, rather than superior strategy. Anti-intellectualism in American culture treats intelligence as elitism and ignorance as authenticity. Bob represents what happens when this value system pushes intelligent people beyond breaking point. He's the logical endpoint of culture that celebrates stupidity, rewards mediocrity, and treats education and sophistication as character flaws rather than virtues. His murder attempts are wrong, but his rage at being crushed by anti-intellectual culture that had no use for his gifts except as object of mockery remains completely justified. Bob represents what happens when intelligent people are crushed by systems that reward mediocrity and punish excellence, driving them to justified fury against societies that wasted their potential while celebrating those who embody everything they despise about human stupidity. While Bob faces Springfield's stupidity with rage, this next character faces it with something worse: total defeat. Comic book. Guy's sarcastic detachment isn't personality. It's defensive mechanism from someone who tried to engage with life, got hurt, and now hides behind consumption and criticism. His entire existence revolves around pop culture knowledge deployed as weapon, using encyclopedic familiarity with fictional universes to establish superiority in the only domain where his expertise grants authority. Real life demanded vulnerability he couldn't sustain after being rejected repeatedly. Fictional worlds provide safe alternative where he can be expert without risk of the emotional devastation that genuine human connection threatened. His comic book store isn't business. It's fortress protecting someone who gave up on participating in the world beyond its walls. The store's physical layout reveals his retreat's architecture. He positions himself behind the counter, creating literal barrier between himself and customers. The elevated position provides tactical advantage for delivering condescending pronouncements while maintaining distance. Customers must approach his territory on his terms, subjected to his judgment about their purchases and their worthiness to participate in fandoms he's appointed himself guardian of. This physical arrangement mirrors his psychological defenses: maintain elevation, enforce distance, never allow anyone close enough to hurt him again. His encyclopedic knowledge serves as both shield and weapon. When he can cite episode numbers, comic book issues, and obscure trivia, he establishes dominance through information superiority. Nobody can challenge him in his domain because he's devoted his entire life to accumulating knowledge that matters only within fan communities. This specialization provides safety. He'll never fail at comic book trivia because he's made that his entire identity. He'll never risk attempting achievements in domains where failure is possible because that would require vulnerability he's determined to avoid. Worst episode ever hints at life before total retreat. The episode showing him briefly stepping away from the store suggests times when he engaged more fully with existence outside comic books and science fiction. His discomfort during this departure reveals how completely he's lost capacity for normal functioning. Away from his fortress, he lacks confidence and competence. The store isn't just where he works. It's the only environment where he feels capable of existing without overwhelming anxiety about inadequacy and rejection. His health crisis in the heart attack episode demonstrates how thoroughly he's abandoned self-care in favor of consumption. His diet consists of junk food consumed while reading comics or watching television. His exercise routine is non-existent. His medical attention is minimal until crisis forces intervention. He's treating his body as disposable vehicle for his consciousness to continue consuming media until it inevitably fails. This neglect isn't ignorance. It's active decision that pop culture consumption matters more than extending lifespan spent experiencing it. The rare romantic relationships that briefly interrupt his isolation reveal what he's protecting himself from. When women show interest, he responds with combination of disbelief and self-sabotage. He cannot accept that someone might genuinely value him, so he finds ways to ensure the relationship fails before it can hurt him. These brief connections remind him of what normal life might offer, then their inevitable collapse confirms his belief that isolation is safer than risking rejection's pain again. His signature worst episode ever catchphrase encapsulates his defensive strategy. By preemptively declaring everything disappointing, he protects himself from the vulnerability of admitting he hoped for better. Cynicism becomes armor, preventing hope from emerging, because hope creates possibility for disappointment. If he declares everything terrible before experiencing it, he can't be hurt by discovering it's terrible. He's outsourced his emotional protection to reflexive dismissiveness that requires no thought or risk. The customers who frequent his store represent different stages of the same retreat. Some are young fans still excited about their interests. Others show early signs of comic book guy's trajectory, using fandom knowledge to compensate for social difficulties. A few have completed the transformation into isolated consumers, whose entire social interaction happens through media discussion. He's not unique. He's just further along the path many take when real life proves too painful and fictional worlds provide refuge that doesn't demand the courage reality requires. Modern isolation finds its perfect expression in comic book guy's lifestyle. He can survive indefinitely in his store, ordering supplies online, interacting with customers minimally, consuming media that demands nothing from him except passive reception. He's built sustainable existence that requires no growth, no risk, no vulnerability, and no possibility of the genuine connection, whose absence slowly kills him in ways more permanent than the heart attack that briefly interrupted his retreat. Comic book guy is everyone who retreated into fandom and cynicism because real life proved too painful, making mockery safer than vulnerability, consumption easier than creation, and isolation more bearable than risking another rejection that might finally break what's left of their capacity to hope for something better than endless media consumption in a store that's become both sanctuary and prison. Let's examine another character who's retreated from life, but for very different reasons. Professor Frink's incomprehensible speaking and social awkwardness aren't quirks. They're symptoms of someone whose intelligence has isolated him so completely that basic human connection became impossible. His mind operates at frequencies nobody else in Springfield can perceive, leaving him stranded in intellectual space where he can solve complex scientific problems but cannot navigate simple social interactions. The gibberish syllables punctuating his speech, the inability to communicate discoveries others might understand, the complete absence of meaningful relationships, these aren't chosen eccentricities. They're inevitable outcomes when someone's cognitive abilities exceed their environment's capacity to engage with them at their level. His speech patterns reveal the isolation's mechanics. Frink thinks faster than he can verbalize, with thoughts racing ahead of his mouth's ability to form coherent sentences. The glavin and similar nonsense sounds represent overflow from a mind processing information at speeds incompatible with linear speech. He understands what he's trying to communicate, but the translation from thought to language breaks down because the concepts he's working with don't map cleanly onto vocabulary designed for ordinary human concerns. This isn't affectation. It's cognitive processing, visible in real time as linguistic breakdown. No romantic relationships appear in his history beyond brief, unsuccessful attempts that demonstrated the impossibility of connection. Relationships require shared understanding, mutual comprehension, and ability to exist in the same conceptual space. Frink occupies intellectual territory so removed from normal human experience that potential partners cannot follow him there. Conversations that should build intimacy instead highlight the cognitive gulf separating him from everyone else. He can explain his thoughts, but explanation isn't the same as being understood, and relationships die in that gap between explaining and understanding. His relationship with his father, shown in Treehouse of Horror 14th, suggests even family connections couldn't bridge the isolation. His father was also a scientist, theoretically someone who might understand Frink's intellectual world, yet even that relationship failed to provide the connection Frink needed. If your father, who shares your field and presumably similar cognitive patterns, cannot understand you, the lesson becomes clear. Nobody will understand you. This realization doesn't come as a dramatic moment. It accumulates through thousands of interactions where you watch people's eyes glaze over while you're explaining things that fascinate you but bore or confuse everyone else. Science becomes his only identity because it's the only domain where his intelligence finds expression that doesn't immediately alienate others. His inventions demonstrate genuine brilliance solving complex problems. But Springfield residents don't value these contributions. They mock his intelligence, dismiss his warnings, and ignore his expertise until crisis forces them to seek his help. Then they extract what they need and return to treating him as a weird outsider whose social awkwardness makes him unworthy of respect despite his capabilities. The loneliness manifests not as dramatic suffering but as quiet absence of connection that defines his entire existence. He doesn't have friends who understand him. He has acquaintances who tolerate his presence when needing scientific expertise. He doesn't have family he connects with meaningfully. He has relatives who feel obligated to maintain minimal contact. He doesn't have community that values his contributions. He has town that uses his skills while mocking his person. This isn't the acute pain of rejection. It's chronic ache of never being truly known by anyone. His inventions often address problems nobody asked him to solve or create solutions nobody wants to implement. This pattern reveals someone desperately trying to demonstrate value through his work because he has no other path to mattering in others' lives. If he can't connect emotionally, perhaps he can connect through utility. But Springfield doesn't want most of what he creates. His genius produces answers to questions the town isn't asking, leaving him perpetually offering gifts nobody wants because the gifts come from conceptual space the recipients don't inhabit. Communication failures extend beyond verbal speech into written work and presentations. His papers presumably get published in scientific journals that other scientists might read, but those scientists don't live in Springfield. His actual daily environment contains nobody who can engage with his work at appropriate level. He exists, in permanent state of knowing he could explain anything to anyone if they had the foundation to understand. But they don't have that foundation, and building it would require time and interest they won't provide. The tragedy deepens when considering that Frink likely recognizes his isolation's source. He's smart enough to understand that his intelligence is what separates him from others, but understanding the problem doesn't solve it. He can't make himself less intelligent to fit in better. He can't make Springfield smarter to meet him where he is. He's trapped in permanent gap between his cognitive abilities and his social environment with no resolution possible. His appearance, voice, and mannerisms all mark him as outsider in ways that compound the intellectual isolation. Even if he could communicate clearly, his entire presentation signals difference that prevents acceptance. Springfield doesn't just fail to understand him intellectually. They've marked him socially as someone not worth understanding, someone whose strangeness justifies dismissal regardless of his actual contributions or capabilities. Frink proves that exceptional intelligence without social connection creates a special kind of hell. Understood by nobody, needed by many, connected to none, he demonstrates that being the smartest person in the room means being the loneliest when nobody else in that room can follow where your thoughts go. Intelligence isn't the only thing that isolates Springfield residents. This next theory explores how physical difference destroyed Moe's entire life. Moe Seislak's ugliness isn't just comedy. It's the show documenting how physical appearance determines life outcomes, systematically destroying someone's entire existence through no fault of their own. Every romantic rejection he experiences, every social humiliation he endures, every business struggle he faces traces back to genetics that gave him a face society decided doesn't deserve love, respect, or basic human dignity. His life became documentation of appearance-based discrimination's cumulative effects, showing how being judged unattractive from birth creates cascading failures across every domain where human worth gets assessed through visual evaluation. Pygmalion provides the most explicit examination of how Moe's appearance has shaped his life. The episode shows him discovering he's been named Springfield's ugliest man, triggering crisis that forces confrontation with reality he's spent decades trying to ignore. His initial response reveals accumulated pain from years of appearance-based rejection. He's not surprised by the designation. He's devastated by having his private shame made public knowledge. The ugliness he's lived with privately becomes community consensus, transforming personal insecurity into verified social fact. His pursuit of plastic surgery in that episode demonstrates desperate hope that changing his face might change his life. The surgery temporarily succeeds, giving Moe conventional attractiveness that immediately transforms how people treat him. Strangers smile at him. Women show interest. Opportunities appear. This brief window into life as attractive person reveals what he's been denied his entire existence. The cruelty becomes explicit. Moe's personality, intelligence, and character never changed. Only his face changed. Yet that superficial alteration unlocked entirely different life experience, proving that his previous suffering stemmed purely from appearance-based discrimination rather than any actual inadequacy. When the surgery fails and his face returns to its original state, opportunities vanish as quickly as they appeared. Women who pursued him while attractive immediately lose interest when he becomes ugly again. The social warmth evaporates. His brief taste of being treated as fully human makes returning to his previous status even more painful, because now he knows exactly what's been denied him and will continue being denied forever unless he can maintain appearance that requires surgical intervention. He cannot afford long-term. Every romantic rejection throughout the series follows the same pattern. Women express interest until they see him, then immediately lose that interest based purely on visual assessment. His personality might be compatible. His interests might align. His emotional availability might be exactly what they're seeking. None of it matters because his face fails the attractiveness threshold that determines who gets considered as potential partner. He's been rejected so many times based on appearance alone that he's internalized the message. He's fundamentally unacceptable regardless of any other qualities he might possess. Bart's prank calls compound the appearance-based trauma with another form of social cruelty. The calls humiliate Mo publicly and repeatedly, with each one reminding him that he's figure of mockery rather than respect. The pranks often play on his desperation and loneliness, targeting vulnerabilities created by decades of appearance-based rejection. What Bart intends as harmless phone pranks land on someone already carrying enormous psychological damage, adding new wounds to existing trauma. His business struggles connect to his appearance through mechanisms both direct and indirect. The bar itself reflects his aesthetic, with dingy atmosphere and neglected maintenance mirroring how he presents himself. Customers tolerate the environment because Mo charges low prices, but they don't choose his establishment because they enjoy being there. His appearance affects his ability to negotiate with suppliers, attract quality employees, or create welcoming atmosphere that might draw better clientele. Every business interaction gets filtered through initial judgment of his face before any other factor receives consideration. The few times Mo demonstrates genuine positive qualities, his appearance prevents anyone from recognizing them. He shows loyalty to friends despite being treated terribly. He maintains his business through challenging economic circumstances. He possesses emotional depth and capacity for growth. None of these attributes overcome the initial negative judgment his face triggers. Society has decided that ugly people don't deserve the benefit of doubt that attractive people receive automatically, so Mo's positive qualities remain invisible beneath the appearance that marks him as unworthy. Children learn early that mocking Mo's appearance is acceptable. Bart's pranks teach him and other kids that ugly adults are fair targets for cruelty. This generational transmission ensures that Mo will face appearance-based discrimination for his entire life, with each new cohort of children learning that his face justifies disrespect. The cruelty becomes cultural inheritance passed down as acceptable behavior. His depression and suicidal ideation stem directly from lifetime of appearance-based rejection. When you've been told thousands of times through direct rejection and indirect social exclusion that your face makes you unlovable, the psychological impact accumulates into legitimate crisis. Mo's mental health problems aren't chemical imbalance or genetic predisposition. They're predictable response to decades of systematic discrimination based on genetics he didn't choose and cannot change. Real-world research consistently shows that physical attractiveness affects every life outcome measurably. Attractive people earn more, receive lighter criminal sentences, get hired more easily, and experience more positive social interactions. This isn't subtle bias, it's systematic advantage that compounds across lifespan. Mo represents the opposite end of that spectrum, where appearance creates systematic disadvantage that compounds similarly. Mo represents everyone judged solely on appearance, denied love, respect, and opportunity. Because genetics determined his face doesn't meet arbitrary beauty standards that society uses to sort humans into categories of deserving and undeserving based on characteristics they didn't choose and cannot control. Don't forget to subscribe if you're enjoying this. While Mo suffers from how he looks, this next character suffers from what he is. Apu Nahasapiema Petalon's tireless work ethic isn't admirable. It's documented exploitation of an immigrant trapped in a system designed to extract maximum labor, while providing minimal protection or path forward. His character represents millions of immigrants who work impossible hours in convenience stores, gas stations, and service positions where visa requirements, economic desperation, and lack of legal protections create perfect conditions for systematic exploitation. The show presents his constant presence at the Quick E-Mart as quirky character trait, but what we're actually watching is someone who literally cannot stop working, because stopping would mean losing everything he's built in a country that views him as disposable labor rather than human being deserving basic rights. The hours he works exceed what any person should be expected to maintain. Apu appears to be at the Quick E-Mart 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Episodes show him working early mornings, late nights, holidays, and every moment in between. This isn't dedication to excellent customer service. This is someone trapped by ownership structure and visa requirements that mean abandoning his post could trigger chain of events ending in deportation. His labor isn't freely given. It's extracted through systematic vulnerability that makes refusing impossible. Homer and Apu reveals the corporate exploitation underlying his situation. The episode shows that Apu doesn't truly own his store. He's franchisee operating under quick E-Mart corporate structure that extracts profit while pushing all risk and labor onto him. When he gets fired, the corporation immediately replaces him with another exploitable worker, demonstrating that he's viewed as interchangeable unit rather than valued employee or partner. The corporate relationship ensures Apu works constantly while owners collect revenue without performing labor or accepting responsibility for working conditions. His immigration status creates additional vulnerability that employers exploit systematically. Visa requirements tie his legal right to remain in the country to his employment. Losing his job doesn't just mean financial hardship. It means potential deportation and loss of life he's built over years or decades. This vulnerability prevents him from demanding better conditions, refusing unreasonable requests, or organizing with other workers for improved treatment. Employers understand this dynamic and use immigration status as weapon, ensuring compliance with conditions that American-born workers might refuse. The racist treatment Apu endures from Springfield residents compounds the exploitation. Customers mock his accent. They make racist jokes about his ethnicity. They treat him with casual contempt that reflects broader societal devaluation of immigrant labor. The show occasionally addresses this racism directly, but mostly presents it as background reality of Apu's existence. He absorbs this treatment because fighting back risks confrontations that could threaten his business, his income, and ultimately his immigration status. His family situation reveals how the exploitation extends beyond individual worker to entire household. When Apu eventually marries and has children, they all get absorbed into the convenience store operation. His wife works there. His children grow up there. The family's entire life revolves around business that demands everything while providing minimal return. This pattern mirrors how immigrant-owned small businesses often become family traps, where multiple generations work endless hours for survival-level income, while corporations and landlords extract most of the value their labor creates. Real world. Convenience store and gas station operations depend on immigrant labor willing to work conditions that American-born workers refuse. Owners frequently live in or above their stores, working 100-plus hour weeks, accepting no vacation, and sacrificing health and family time to maintain businesses with thin profit margins. They're not succeeding. They're surviving while someone else profits from their labor. Apu represents this reality presented as comedy. His education and capabilities exceed what his current position utilizes. References throughout the series indicate Apu possesses significant knowledge and skills. He's reduced to convenience store clerk, not because that's his capability ceiling, but because systematic barriers prevent immigrants from accessing professional positions their qualifications warrant. His story includes coming to America for education or opportunity, then discovering that foreign credentials don't transfer, that professional networks exclude immigrants, and that accent-based discrimination closes doors regardless of competence. The corporate structure that employs him exemplifies how large companies exploit franchise model to avoid responsibility for working conditions. Quick E-Mart corporate extracts franchise fees, controls inventory pricing, and dictates operational requirements while claiming. Franchisees are independent business owners responsible for their own labor practices. This structure lets corporations profit from exploitation while maintaining legal distance from workers whose labor generates that profit. His relationship with customers like Homer reveals how even people who consider him a friend still participate in his exploitation. Homer uses the convenience of 24-hour store access without considering what it costs Apu to provide that convenience. He benefits from Apu's endless availability, while remaining oblivious to or unconcerned about the systematic extraction that makes such availability possible. This dynamic extends to community level, where everyone enjoys services immigrant labor provides while supporting systems that ensure immigrants remain exploitable. The few times Apu attempts to improve his conditions or stand up for himself, he faces immediate threats to his livelihood that force retreat. The system is designed to prevent resistance through creating circumstances where fighting exploitation risks losing everything. This ensures immigrants remain compliant with conditions they know are unjust because the alternative is catastrophic. APU represents millions of immigrants who work themselves to death in convenience stores and gas stations, trapped by visa requirements and economic desperation, while customers mock their accents and corporations extract the value of their endless labor. All but immigrants aren't the only ones trapped by identity. This theory explores how Smithers' closeted sexuality destroyed his entire life. Waylon Smithers, living openly as Burns' assistant, while hiding his sexuality, represents the special hell of closeted gay men who devote themselves to heterosexual men who'll never reciprocate their love. His decades of service to Burns, performed with devotion that everyone recognizes as romantic, but nobody acknowledges directly, documents what happens when social conditions make hiding. Fundamental aspects of identity seem safer than revealing them. Every year, Smithers spends loving Burns, while pretending that love is merely professional loyalty represents time stolen from building actual relationships with people capable of returning his feelings. His entire adult life has been sacrificed to unrequited love for someone who couldn't reciprocate, even if he wanted to, making Smithers' existence a tragedy of wasted devotion and suppressed identity. The early seasons show Smithers' sexuality as the worst-kept secret in Springfield, with everyone aware but nobody speaking it aloud. This dynamic mirrors real experiences of closeted people in communities where everyone knows but collective silence maintains fiction of heterosexuality. The closet becomes glass box where the person inside remains visible to everyone while pretending the walls provide genuine concealment. Smithers performs heterosexuality unconvincingly, while everyone participates in pretending they don't notice his performance's failures. Simpson and Delilah provides early glimpse of Smithers' devotion's depth when he helps Homer at personal cost to maintain Burns's happiness. His willingness to sacrifice himself for Burns's well-being, even when Burns doesn't appreciate or acknowledge the sacrifice, reveals someone whose love has become identity's foundation. This devotion exceeds what employment relationship would justify, exposing the romantic feelings everyone sees but pretends not to notice. Later seasons become more explicit about Smithers' sexuality, allowing him to acknowledge his orientation while still trapped in devotion to Burns. This progression mirrors broader social changes where being gay became more acceptable, while the specific pain of loving someone who can't love you back remained unchanged. The show's evolution on Smithers' sexuality reflects real shifts in LGBTQ+ representation, but his underlying situation stays constant. He loves Burns. Burns will never love him back, and Smithers cannot or will not move forward. For gay men of his generation, coming out meant risking everything. Career, family relationships, social standing, and physical safety all became vulnerable when sexuality got revealed. Smithers built his entire adult life around remaining closeted because that's what survival required when he entered the workforce. By the time social attitudes shifted enough that coming out became safer, he'd spent decades constructing life around his closet. The walls that once protected him became prison he couldn't escape even after external threats diminished. His devotion to Burns took root during years when loving men meant hiding that love completely. Burns became safe obsession because the impossibility of reciprocation meant Smithers never had to risk actual relationship, where his sexuality would become undeniable reality rather than unspoken subtext. Unrequited love for straight man provided perfect cover for someone who couldn't pursue real relationships without confronting his sexuality openly. The career he built entirely around Burns means leaving would require abandoning his professional identity completely. He's devoted so many years to being Burns' assistant that he possesses no other professional identity. His skills, experience, and reputation all tie to this single relationship. Starting over elsewhere would mean admitting those decades were wasted, that his devotion achieved nothing, and that he sacrificed actual life for fantasy that was doomed from inception. His attempts at relationships with other men, shown occasionally in later seasons, consistently fail because he's psychologically unavailable. Decades of loving Burns created emotional patterns he cannot break. He measures other men against Burns and finds them wanting. He sabotages potential relationships because they threaten his devotion to Burns. He's trapped in love that defines him so completely that moving beyond it would mean losing sense of who he is. The few romantic possibilities that emerge for Smithers never develop because he returns to Burns every time. This pattern reveals someone who uses unrequited love as shield against risk of actual intimacy. Loving Burns is safe precisely because it goes nowhere. Real relationships demand vulnerability, risk, and possibility of rejection. Unrequited love for someone incapable of returning feelings provides emotional experience without genuine risk because the outcome is predetermined. Burns's complete obliviousness to Smithers' feelings or deliberate ignoring of them compounds the tragedy. Smithers performs his devotion daily through countless small acts of service and loyalty that would communicate romantic feelings in any context where the recipient could recognize them. Burns either genuinely doesn't notice or chooses not to acknowledge what everyone else sees clearly. Either way, Smithers' love meets wall of incomprehension or rejection that never changes regardless of how many years he dedicates to demonstrating his feelings. The professional nature of their relationship lets Burns exploit Smithers' devotion while maintaining plausible deniability about its romantic foundation. He can accept endless loyalty, personal sacrifice, and above and beyond service while pretending it's merely excellent employee performance. This dynamic lets Burns benefit from Smithers' love without ever having to acknowledge or reciprocate it. Smithers shows how homophobia forces people to build entire lives around unrequited love because admitting the truth means losing everything, making decades of devoted service to someone incapable of returning. Feelings seem safer than risking the vulnerability that real love demands. Let's examine another character trapped by societal expectations, though her prison takes a different form. Edna Krabappel's affair with Homer and overall bitterness aren't moral failures. They're predictable results of dreams abandoned, marriage failed, and career become prison sentence. Her cynicism toward students, her drinking, her desperate pursuit of romantic connection with anyone who shows interest. These behaviors emerge from someone who entered teaching with idealism that the profession systematically destroyed. She represents every teacher who started caring deeply about education only to discover that the system punishes caring while rewarding emotional detachment. Her bitterness protects what's left of herself after years of being ground down by institution that demands everything while providing nothing. Grade School Confidential reveals her secret relationship with Principal Skinner, exposing dynamics that explain much about her psychological state. She's involved with a man she doesn't particularly respect, engaging in relationship that provides minimal fulfillment beyond breaking the monotony of her existence. The secrecy suggests shame about settling for someone so obviously inadequate. Skinner represents what's available to her, a man trapped in his own dysfunction, who offers companionship without passion, stability without growth, and relationship without genuine connection. She accepts this because Springfield offers limited alternatives for single women her age seeking any form of intimate relationship. Their relationship failure demonstrates how two damaged people cannot heal each other. Skinner's mommy issues and rigid personality clash with Edna's need for spontaneity and genuine emotional connection. They maintain the relationship through inertia rather than compatibility, staying together because being alone feels worse than being with someone wrong. When the relationship eventually ends, neither seems particularly devastated, confirming what was obvious. They were together to avoid loneliness rather than because they actually wanted each other. Her interactions with Homer during Marge's crisis reveal her desperation for any form of masculine attention. She doesn't pursue Homer because she finds him attractive or admirable. She pursues him because he's available, and availability matters more than suitability when loneliness becomes unbearable. The encounter demonstrates how far her standards have fallen from whatever she hoped for in younger years. She's accepting interest from married man of profound stupidity because that interest provides temporary relief from feeling completely invisible and unwanted. The teaching career that should have provided purpose instead became slow death of spirit and ambition. Early in her career, Edna presumably believed she could make difference in students' lives. Springfield Elementary destroyed that belief. Through years of watching her efforts fail because systemic dysfunction ensured they would fail, she learned that caring about students' outcomes just makes the failures more painful, without making success more likely. Her cynicism developed as defensive mechanism, protecting her from constantly experiencing disappointment in herself and her students. Her drinking, mentioned frequently throughout her appearances, reflects self-medication for depression and disappointment. She drinks to make bearable a life that's become a series of obligations to people who don't appreciate her efforts, and system that's broken beyond her capacity to fix. The alcohol doesn't make things better. It makes them numb Babel, which feels like improvement when everything hurts constantly. Brief happiness with Ned Flanders after Maud's death shows what Edna could have been with genuine support and affection. Ned treats her with respect and care that previous relationships lacked. She responds by softening, becoming warmer and more hopeful. The relationship proves her bitterness isn't permanent personality trait, but response to circumstances that consistently disappointed her. Given different environment, she could flourish. Springfield didn't allow that flourishing. Her death in real life following actress Marcia Wallace's passing meant the show never resolved Edna's arc properly. But the character's trajectory before that point showed someone who'd mostly given up on happiness while continuing to perform duties that brought no satisfaction. She represented countless teachers who remain in profession beyond when they should leave because they lack alternatives or feel trapped by pension requirements and age discrimination in other fields. The profession's demands ensure teachers like Edna burn out. Large classes prevent individual attention students need. Administrative requirements consume time that should go to actual teaching. Standardized testing forces teaching to tests rather than teaching subjects. Student discipline problems drain energy without administrative support. Parents blame teachers for systemic failures. Society expects teachers to sacrifice themselves while providing minimal compensation or recognition. These conditions systematically break teachers who care too much until they become teachers who've stopped caring at all. Edna's romantic failures connect to profession that consumed her youth and attractiveness before she could establish stable relationship. Teaching demands so much time and emotional energy that building relationships outside work becomes nearly impossible. By the time she reached age where settling down might have happened, her dating pool had shrunk dramatically. Professional success came at cost of personal life, but the professional success never materialized either. She wanted more than this: marriage to someone she loved, career that mattered, life with meaning beyond enduring until retirement. Springfield Elementary and Springfield's dating pool offered none of these things, leaving her bitter about the gap between life she imagined and life she got. Edna represents every teacher who entered the profession with hope and slowly died inside as the system ground them down while offering no escape, making her bitterness the only rational response to decades of disappointment. But at least Edna had brief moments of happiness. This next character never even gets that much. Barney Gumbel's transformation from Harvard student to town drunk wasn't gradual decline. It was Homer systematically destroying his best friend's future by enabling addiction that stole everything Barney could have been. The show occasionally reveals Barney's past as someone with genuine intellectual potential and promising trajectory before alcohol consumed him entirely. This backstory makes his current state even more tragic because we can see exactly who he should have been and measure the distance between that potential and the broken alcoholic spending every day at Moe's Tavern. His life became cautionary tale about how addiction doesn't just harm the addict. It requires enablers who provide the substance, excuse the behavior, and participate in destruction while calling it friendship. Mr. Plow flashbacks show young Barney as articulate and ambitious, attending college with plans for a professional future. His speaking patterns demonstrate intelligence. His goals suggest someone who understood that education provided pathway to better life. Then Homer offers him his first beer. The show presents this as single moment of corruption, which simplifies complex addiction processes, but the core truth remains accurate. Someone introduced Barney to alcohol, and that introduction led directly to destroyed potential. Homer's role in this destruction makes their continued friendship particularly disturbing, because the person who helped create Barney's addiction now benefits from it by having drinking companion who'll never judge his own excessive consumption. The transformation wasn't instant, but the trajectory became inevitable once addiction established itself. Early drinking probably seemed social and manageable, but alcoholism progresses, and Barney lacked resources or support to interrupt that progression before it consumed everything. His college attendance presumably ended as drinking increased. His professional ambitions disappeared as alcohol became central to his daily functioning. His intelligence remained, but found no outlet beyond the occasional flash of capability that reminds viewers of what's been lost. Days of Wine and Dozes provides rare glimpse of Barney attempting sobriety through helicopter flight program that requires abstinence. The episode documents classic recovery pattern: initial struggle with withdrawal, gradual improvement as sobriety continues, emergence of capabilities that alcohol had suppressed. Sober Barney demonstrates genuine talent for piloting, discipline in training, and goal-directed behavior completely absent during his drinking years. These improvements prove that alcoholism destroyed his potential rather than revealing underlying incapacity. Remove the alcohol, and Barney functions at entirely different level, but the sobriety doesn't last. Homer's enabling, combined with Barney's addiction and lack of sustained support system, lead to relapse. The episode ends with Barney drinking again, his brief period of recovery becoming just another failed attempt that confirms what he already believed. He's an alcoholic who'll never escape that identity. Each failed attempt makes future attempts less likely because the pattern of trying and failing reinforces hopelessness about change being possible. His film festival episode reveals artistic sensibility that survived despite decades of alcohol abuse. Barney creates deeply personal film about his alcoholism that demonstrates sophisticated understanding of his condition and its effects on his life. The film wins the amateur competition, suggesting genuine talent for artistic expression. But this brief success leads nowhere because Barney returns to drinking, and the capabilities that emerged during the project's creation disappear back beneath his addiction. The episode becomes tragic documentation of what Barney could achieve if addiction didn't consume all his resources. Harvard flashbacks appearing occasionally throughout the series establish definitively that Barney possessed intellectual capabilities qualifying him for elite education. He didn't just attend community college or state school. He got into Harvard, suggesting combination of intelligence, academic achievement, and potential that should have led to professional success and comfortable life. Instead, he became Springfield's most visible alcoholic whose existence revolves around Moe's Tavern and maintaining enough intoxication to function without experiencing withdrawal. Homer's continued friendship with Barney reveals the enabling's ongoing nature. Homer buys Barney drinks constantly. He includes him in activities where alcohol is central. He never confronts Barney about his drinking or suggests recovery might be possible. Their friendship exists primarily through shared drinking, meaning Homer benefits from Barney's addiction by having partner in his own alcoholism, who makes Homer's drinking seem less problematic by comparison. As long as Barney is there drinking more, Homer can pretend his own alcohol consumption is moderate and controlled. The economic aspect deepens the tragedy. Barney presumably had potential for a career providing financial security and professional satisfaction. Instead, he's perpetually broke, dependent on others for drinks when he can't afford his own, and living in poverty that addiction created and perpetuates. The financial cost of his alcoholism isn't just money spent on alcohol. It's entire lifetime of earnings he never accumulated because addiction destroyed his capacity for sustained employment. His occasional moments of clarity reveal awareness of what he's lost. These glimpses of Barney understanding his situation make his continued drinking more tragic because he's not too drunk to recognize his problem. He knows what alcohol has cost him. He understands he's wasting his life. But knowing doesn't equal capacity to change when addiction has rewired brain chemistry and psychological patterns to make continued drinking feel inevitable despite that knowledge. Support systems that might have prevented Barney's complete destruction never materialized. Family members presumably gave up on him or maintained minimal contact. Professional help remains financially inaccessible. Recovery programs work only when sustained participation continues, and Barney keeps relapsing before making lasting change. His social circle consists primarily of other drinkers who enable rather than challenge his addiction. This complete absence of effective support ensures he'll remain trapped in addiction until it kills him. Barney's story is the show's most tragic. We see exactly who he could have been and watch that person slowly die while his best friend keeps buying him drinks, making his destroyed potential the permanent price of Homer's need for drinking companion who won't judge his own addiction or threaten the fantasy that their shared alcoholism represents friendship rather than mutual destruction. Be sure to subscribe. While Barney lost his potential to addiction, this next theory explores who's profiting from Springfield's collective substance abuse. Duff Beer's monopoly on Springfield's drinking isn't just market dominance. It's systematic population control through substance abuse, keeping residents too drunk to organize or escape. The company's complete control over Springfield's alcohol market, combined with pricing that makes beer more accessible than healthy alternatives and marketing saturation that ensures constant exposure, creates perfect conditions for maintaining population in state of mild to severe intoxication that prevents the kind of clear thinking and collective action that might threaten existing power structures. This isn't accidental market outcome. It's deliberate strategy where keeping people drunk serves political and economic functions that benefit everyone except the drinkers themselves. Duff's market monopoly eliminates consumer choice in ways that shouldn't be possible in functional market economy. Springfield has one major beer brand despite theoretical free market that should allow competition. Episodes revealing that Duff, Duff Light, and Duff Dry are identical beers from the same pipes with different labels expose the illusion of choice while maintaining actual monopoly. Consumers think they're selecting between products when they're really just choosing which marketing campaign appeals to them while buying identical product from single company. This false choice prevents genuine competition while maintaining appearance of market diversity. The pricing structure makes beer more affordable than alternatives that might improve residents' circumstances. A case of Duff costs less than nutritious groceries. Six-pack costs less than gym membership. Single beer costs less than library late fees. This differential pricing ensures that limited discretionary income gets directed toward intoxication rather than education, health, or self-improvement. Poor residents especially face choices structured to make drinking the most economically rational option for brief escape from circumstances the system ensures will never improve. Duffless provides rare examination of what happens when someone questions their relationship with the product. Homer attempts brief sobriety after drunk driving arrest, discovering during his 30 days without beer that he can think more clearly, lose weight, and improve his life measurably. These improvements demonstrate that alcohol's effects extend beyond obvious intoxication to subtle cognitive impairment that affects decision-making, health, and functioning, even in people who don't consider themselves alcoholics, but Homer returns to drinking immediately once his abstinence requirement ends, because the system is structured to pull people back toward consumption. The advertising saturation ensures nobody escapes constant messaging about drinking. Duff sponsors every major event. Billboards advertise it throughout Springfield. The Isotope Stadium prominently features Duff branding. Television commercials run constantly. This marketing creates an environment where not drinking requires active resistance against cultural pressure rather than simple personal choice. The advertising doesn't just sell product, it sells identity, social connection, and lifestyle where beer consumption is normal expected behavior rather than optional activity. Duff Gardens theme park represents the ultimate expression of corporate control through alcohol. The company built entire entertainment venue designed to normalize drinking for children while providing intoxicated entertainment for adults. Kids visit theme park associated with alcohol brand, creating positive associations that will influence consumption patterns when they reach drinking age. Adults consume alcohol while entertaining their families, teaching children that drinking is a normal part of family activities. The park doesn't accidentally combine alcohol with family entertainment. It deliberately creates generational transmission of drinking culture. Homer versus the 18th Amendment reveals how deeply Duff penetrates Springfield's economy and culture. When Prohibition briefly returns, the town's response isn't acceptance or adaptation. It's immediate organization of illegal distribution networks to maintain alcohol access. Homer becomes bootlegger, not because he's naturally criminal, but because Springfield's residents desperately need their alcohol and will break laws to get it. This dependency demonstrates successful population control, where the substance has become so integrated into daily life that removing it creates crisis requiring immediate black market response. The three brands' same beer revelation exposes corporate manipulation, where the illusion of choice prevents recognition of monopoly control. Consumers who think they're expressing preferences through brand selection don't realize they're just selecting marketing messages while consuming identical product. This psychological operation ensures drinkers feel autonomous while actually being completely controlled by a single corporate entity that profits from their consumption regardless of which label they choose. Real-world alcohol industry uses identical strategies. Major brewers create portfolio of brands to dominate shelf space while maintaining monopoly power. Pricing structures make alcohol more accessible than healthier alternatives in poor communities. Marketing creates cultural associations making drinking seem normal and expected. Lobbying prevents regulation that might reduce consumption. The industry profits from addiction while maintaining legal protection that prevents accountability for damage their products cause. The economic model requires sustained consumption at levels that harm drinkers. Duff doesn't profit from moderate, responsible drinking. It profits from Homer consuming beer daily, from Barney drinking until incapacitated, from entire population maintaining dependence that generates consistent revenue. The company's success depends on population that drinks too much too often, making alcoholism a business model rather than unfortunate side effect. Duff ensures Springfield residents spend their limited money on intoxication rather than education, savings, or escape, keeping them trapped and compliant by design through product that profits from their ongoing dysfunction, while preventing the clarity and organization that might threaten systems benefiting from their continued exploitation and dependence. While Duff controls through alcohol, this next theory reveals how another Springfield institution controls through information. Channel 6 News doesn't inform Springfield. It propagandizes residents with fear, sensationalism, and distraction, ensuring they never understand the systemic forces destroying their town. Kent Brockman and his colleagues present themselves as journalists, serving the public interest, but their actual function involves manufacturing consent for existing power structures, while keeping the population focused on trivial controversies and manufactured crises instead of institutional failures that actually affect their lives. Every broadcast reinforces narratives that benefit Springfield's elite, while ignoring or minimizing stories that might inspire residents to demand accountability from the corporations, politicians, and systems exploiting them. The sensationalist coverage patterns reveal priorities having nothing to do with informing the public. Channel 6 dedicates extensive airtime to celebrity gossip, shocking crimes that aren't representative of actual crime trends, and human interest stories designed to provoke emotional responses rather than understanding. Meanwhile, systematic issues like Burns's environmental crimes, the school system's failures, or economic policies creating generational poverty receive minimal coverage or get framed in ways that obscure root causes. This editorial approach isn't accidental. It reflects deliberate choices about what information reaches Springfield residents and how that information gets contextualized. Homer Badman demonstrates the media's power to create narratives divorced from reality. The episode shows Channel 6 transforming innocent misunderstanding into scandal through selective editing, deceptive framing, and refusal to present context that might complicate their story. The rock-bottom segments use techniques that real tabloid journalism employs, cherry-picking quotes, using ominous music, and presenting speculation as fact. The show satirizes media manipulation, but the satire reflects actual practices where news organizations prioritize compelling narratives over accurate representation. Kent Brockman's personal complicity extends beyond simply reading what producers write. He actively participates in sensationalism through his delivery, his willingness to present speculation as news, and his complete lack of skepticism towards stories that should trigger journalistic investigation. When he declares, "I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords," during what he believes is alien invasion, he's revealing how quickly he'll abandon any pretense of journalistic integrity to align with perceived power. His flexibility about truth suggests someone whose career depends on serving power rather than challenging it. The corporate ownership structure underlying Channel 6 explains why certain stories get covered while others disappear. The station presumably has corporate parent with interests extending beyond news division. These corporate connections create conflicts of interest where stories threatening corporate profits get killed, while stories serving corporate interests receive prominent coverage. Burns' media holdings likely include or influence Channel 6, ensuring that coverage of his environmental crimes stays minimal while his preferred narratives get amplified. Dog of Death reveals how media manipulation shapes public opinion on policy issues. The episode involves lottery fever and public services funding, with Channel 6 presenting the lottery as harmless entertainment rather than regressive taxation targeting the poor. The coverage never examines how lottery revenue gets used, or whether this funding mechanism serves public interest. Instead, broadcasts focus on winners and jackpot amounts, manufacturing excitement that increases participation, while obscuring the systematic wealth transfer from poor to state coffers. The news format itself prevents deep understanding of complex issues. Stories last minutes at most, providing no time for nuance or context. Complex policy issues get reduced to sound bites that eliminate any possibility of genuine comprehension. This superficial coverage ensures viewers receive information in forms that prevent them from understanding root causes or connecting individual stories to systemic patterns. They see individual crimes but not economic policies creating crime. They see individual failures but not systems designed to produce failure. Local news operations across America function exactly like Channel 6. They sensationalize crime to attract viewers while ignoring systematic causes. They cover politics as horse race rather than examining policy substance. They accept corporate and political advertising that creates conflicts of interest. They cut investigative journalism budgets while expanding entertainment coverage. Springfield's media dysfunction isn't exaggeration. It's accurate representation of how local news operates when profit motives override public service commitments. The missing stories tell the real story. Channel 6 never investigates Burns's criminal environmental practices despite obvious evidence. They never examine why Springfield schools fail or who benefits from that failure. They never question why poverty persists despite economic growth. They never connect policy decisions to outcomes affecting ordinary residents. These absences aren't oversights, they're editorial choices reflecting whose interests the station serves. Kent's occasional moments of actual journalism get quickly suppressed or redirected toward safer territory. When stories threaten powerful interests, pressure arrives to kill or reframe them. Kent's career longevity depends on understanding which stories he can pursue and which require avoiding. This self-censorship becomes internalized until journalists stop even considering stories that might threaten their access or employment. The weather, sports, and human interest content filling broadcasts serves to dilute any actual news content to homeopathic levels where information gets so diluted by distraction that it loses any capacity to inform or inspire action. Residents watch Channel 6 believing they're staying informed when they're actually being systematically misinformed through combination of sensationalism, omission, and framing that serves power while claiming to serve public. Channel 6 represents every local news station that abandoned journalism for ratings, keeping communities ignorant while claiming to inform them, ensuring Springfield residents never understand the forces destroying their town, because understanding might inspire the kind of organized resistance that would threaten everyone profiting from their ongoing exploitation. Let's explore another institution that claims to help while actually harming Springfield's hospital, Dr. Hibbert's. Jovial laughter after delivering bad news isn't bedside manner. It's psychological defense mechanism from an incompetent doctor who's killed patients through negligence but faces no consequences, because Springfield's healthcare monopoly means residents have no alternatives. His constant chuckling while discussing serious medical conditions, his casual attitude toward obvious malpractice, and his continued employment despite mounting evidence of dangerous incompetence all point to systematic failure, where medical care exists more to extract payment than to actually heal people. Every time he laughs after telling someone they have a terminal condition or explaining surgical error that caused permanent damage, he's revealing someone who's learned to disconnect emotionally from outcomes because maintaining emotional investment would make continuing this work impossible. The laughter itself serves specific psychological function. Medical professionals dealing with constant suffering and death often develop dark humor as coping mechanism. But Hibbert's laughter goes beyond professional detachment into inappropriate response that suggests genuine inability to process the gravity of situations he encounters. When you tell someone their family member died and you're laughing while delivering that news, something has broken in your capacity to engage appropriately with human suffering. This breakdown could stem from years of making mistakes that harmed people until disconnecting emotionally became necessary for continuing to practice. King-size Homer documents medical incompetence that should have ended his career. The episode shows Hibbert approving Homer's disability claim for morbid obesity without proper evaluation. He facilitates Homer's scam rather than serving as gatekeeper, ensuring disability benefits go to people genuinely unable to work. This isn't isolated incident, it's pattern revealing. Someone who stopped taking his professional responsibilities seriously because the system has no accountability mechanisms that would punish negligence or reward diligence. His medical advice throughout the series ranges from questionable to actively dangerous. He prescribes medications without proper evaluation. He performs procedures without explaining risks. He dismisses symptoms that should trigger investigation. His consistent pattern of minimal effort suggests someone going through motions of medical practice without genuine engagement with patients' well-being. This isn't a doctor who cares whether his patients recover. This is someone collecting fees while providing substandard care to population that cannot access alternatives. The hospital monopoly creates conditions where incompetent doctors like Hibbert continue practicing indefinitely. Springfield has one hospital and presumably limited physicians. Patients cannot shop for better care because better care doesn't exist locally, and leaving Springfield for medical treatment requires resources most residents lack. This captive patient population means Hibbert faces no competitive pressure to improve. Patients must accept whatever quality of care he provides or go without treatment entirely. His relationship with pharmaceutical companies and medical device manufacturers suggests corruption beyond mere incompetence. Various episodes show him accepting gifts, promoting specific medications, and making treatment decisions that seem influenced by financial considerations rather than patient welfare. These kickbacks and conflicts of interest mean his medical recommendations serve corporate profit motives rather than healing patients. The few times his mistakes become undeniable, consequences never materialize. Patients who should sue him either cannot afford lawyers or face legal systems favoring doctors. The medical board that should investigate complaints either doesn't exist in Springfield or operates so ineffectively that serial incompetence continues unchecked. His malpractice insurance presumably covers settlements, meaning he personally faces no financial consequences for errors that destroy patients' lives. Cost barriers prevent residents from accessing adequate care, even when Hibbert recognizes problems requiring treatment. His services are expensive enough that poor Springfield residents delay or avoid seeking care until conditions become emergencies. This creates dynamic where people only see doctors when problems have progressed beyond easy treatment, ensuring worse outcomes that Hibbert can then blame on patients waiting too long rather than acknowledging that cost barriers he helps maintain caused the delays. His treatment of Homer specifically reveals patterns of enabling rather than healing. He knows Homer is morbidly obese, alcoholic, and facing multiple health risks. Instead of aggressive intervention that might save Homer's life, he provides minimal nagging that Homer easily ignores. This approach lets Hibbert collect regular office visit fees while ensuring Homer's conditions worsen gradually, guaranteeing future business treating complications that proper early intervention might have prevented. The hospital's general dysfunction extends beyond Hibbert to systemic problems where profit motives override healing missions. Equipment is outdated. Wait times are excessive. Administrative inefficiency wastes resources. The facility operates like many American hospitals where extracting maximum revenue from sick people matters more than actually making them healthy. Hibbert is symptom of larger problem where healthcare exists to generate profit rather than to serve patients. Hibbert proves that healthcare monopolies let incompetent doctors continue practicing because patients have no alternatives. Suffer his treatment or die untreated. That's the choice Springfield's medical system offers. While Hibbert laughs his way through another day of negligence that costs lives, but never his license or income. While Hibbert represents failed healthcare, this next theory explores how Springfield's religion serves similar control functions. Reverend Lovejoy's bored, mechanical sermons reveal someone who lost faith years ago but keeps preaching because admitting doubt would mean losing identity and income. His interactions with parishioners demonstrate complete exhaustion with pastoral duties. His responses to Ned Flanders' constant calls range from irritation to barely concealed hostility. His sermons lack passion or conviction, delivered with monotone, suggesting he stopped believing his own words long before his congregation noticed. This isn't a minister experiencing temporary crisis of faith. This is someone performing religious theater while spiritually vacant inside, continuing because walking away would require confronting that he's wasted his adult life promoting beliefs he no longer holds. In Marge We Trust reveals the depth of Lovejoy's burnout through his relationship with Ned. The episode shows Lovejoy openly dreading Ned's calls and visits, despite Ned being model parishioner who takes church teachings seriously, a minister who still believed would welcome someone as devout as Ned. Lovejoy's annoyance reveals that genuine faith reminds him of his own loss of belief. Ned's sincere questions and spiritual struggles force Lovejoy to provide guidance he no longer feels qualified to give because he's lost whatever connection to the divine originally motivated his career choice. His sermons follow predictable formulas requiring minimal preparation or thought. He delivers the same messages repeatedly with slight variations. His biblical interpretations stay surface level, avoiding complexity that might require genuine theological engagement. This mechanical approach to ministry suggests someone who's figured out minimum effort required to maintain his position without getting fired for obvious dereliction of duty. He's not trying to inspire spiritual transformation. He's trying to get through another Sunday without anyone noticing he stopped caring. The church's role in Springfield society reveals organized religion functioning as social control rather than spiritual community. Services provide weekly reminder of behavioral expectations and moral frameworks that conveniently align with existing power structures. The wealthy sit in better pews. The poor sit in back. Everyone learns their place while receiving promises about afterlife rewards compensating for earthly suffering. This arrangement serves those benefiting from status quo by making inequality seem divinely ordained rather than systematically maintained. Lovejoy's personal crisis mirrors broader institutional failure where churches become businesses requiring professional management rather than spiritual communities requiring genuine faith. He has pension to protect, health insurance to maintain, and housing provided by the church. These practical considerations trap him in role he's outgrown spiritually. Walking away would mean financial hardship and admitting his entire adult identity was built on foundation that crumbled. Easier to keep performing despite internal emptiness. His response to genuine spiritual crisis from parishioners demonstrates dangerous incompetence. When people face real suffering or existential questions, he provides platitudes instead of meaningful guidance. He's lost capacity to help anyone navigate faith challenges because he hasn't successfully navigated his own. His advice consists of memorized responses lacking conviction or wisdom earned through genuine spiritual struggle. Parishioners receiving this hollow counsel either lose faith themselves or seek guidance elsewhere. The congregation's acceptance of Lovejoy's obvious disengagement reveals their own relationship with religion as social performance rather than spiritual practice. They attend services because that's what Springfield residents do, not because they're seeking genuine spiritual transformation. Lovejoy's mechanical ministry serves their needs perfectly because they want religious identity without demanding the actual spiritual work that authentic faith requires. His burnout and their complacency create symbiotic dysfunction where everyone performs religion without experiencing it. His rare moments of passion emerge only when defending institutional church rather than spiritual truth. He cares about protecting the organization's reputation and maintaining its social position. He doesn't care about helping individuals develop genuine relationship with the divine. This priority reveals someone whose connection to religion became entirely institutional after personal faith disappeared. The physical toll of living this lie manifests in his perpetual exhaustion and joylessness. Ministers who still believe in their calling find energy in spiritual practice despite demanding work. Lovejoy drags himself through obligations while finding no renewal or purpose in activities that once presumably meant something. This depletion stems from performing authenticity while feeling nothing authentic, maintaining facade that requires constant effort because it has no genuine foundation. His marriage to Helen shows how personal relationships suffer when professional identity becomes hollow. Their relationship appears functional but passionless, maintained through routine rather than genuine connection. When your days consist of pretending to believe things you don't, that inauthenticity infects every relationship. You cannot maintain genuine intimacy while living fundamental lie. Children growing up in his congregation learn that religion means empty ritual and social performance rather than genuine spiritual seeking. They absorb his disengagement and learn that faith is thing you pretend to have rather than experience you actually pursue. This generational transmission of hollow religion ensures the dysfunction perpetuates. Lovejoy represents every burned-out religious leader going through motions because admitting you don't believe anymore means your entire life was wasted on promoting what you now recognize as empty promises you told others while trying unsuccessfully to convince yourself they were true. Don't forget to subscribe. While Lovejoy lost his faith, this next character never had a chance to develop any. Ralph Wiggum's childish behavior isn't cute. It's evidence of untreated intellectual disability that his police chief father's power keeps hidden, denying Ralph the special education and support he desperately needs. His speech patterns, cognitive functioning, and social behaviors all indicate developmental delays requiring professional evaluation and specialized instruction. Instead, he's mainstreamed into regular classroom where teachers lack training to address his needs, where curriculum moves at pace he cannot follow, and where other students mock disabilities nobody will acknowledge or accommodate. Chief Wiggum's position provides enough influence to prevent the intervention Ralph requires, because acknowledging his son's disability would threaten the family's social standing and Wiggum's self-image as strong authority figure. I Love Lisa provides extended look at Ralph's functioning level through his crush on Lisa and the Valentine's Day card incident. His emotional regulation resembles much younger child. His understanding of social situations shows significant delays. His expression of feelings lacks the subtlety that typically developing children his age demonstrate. When Lisa gives him Valentine card out of pity, Ralph's response reveals someone who cannot read social cues that would tell most children this gesture represents obligation rather than genuine affection. His resulting heartbreak when Lisa rejects him plays as comedy, but it's actually documentation of a child whose disability prevents him from navigating social complexity. His peers manage routinely. His academic performance demonstrates clear intellectual impairment that should trigger evaluation for learning disabilities and appropriate support services. Ralph cannot read at grade level. His math skills lag far behind peers. His comprehension of basic concepts shows significant gaps. Teachers respond to these deficits with mockery rather than intervention, treating his struggles as character trait worthy of ridicule rather than disability requiring accommodation. Miss Hoover openly expresses frustration with Ralph's presence in her classroom instead of advocating for proper assessment and placement. Springfield Elementary's failure to provide Ralph appropriate education violates laws requiring schools to identify and serve students with disabilities. The school has obvious obligation to evaluate children showing Ralph's level of impairment. Instead, they mainstream him without support, ensuring he fails while blaming him for that failure. This institutional neglect stems partly from his father's refusal to acknowledge problems, and partly from school's general dysfunction, where serving students with special needs requires resources and commitment the system refuses to provide. Chief Wiggum's denial about his son's disability reflects broader pattern where parents, especially fathers, resist acknowledging children's developmental issues because they view disability as shameful reflection on family. Wiggum's identity centers on being tough cop and authority figure. Admitting his son has intellectual disability would conflict with that identity by suggesting genetic weakness or parenting failure. His denial protects his ego while sacrificing Ralph's development by preventing access to interventions that could significantly improve Ralph's functioning and quality of life. Other children's cruelty toward Ralph reveals how society teaches kids to mock and exclude disabled peers instead of supporting them. Students laugh at Ralph's confusion. They exploit his gullibility. They use him as punchline without considering how their treatment affects someone less capable of understanding or defending against social cruelty. Adults witness this bullying and do nothing, teaching children that disabled people are acceptable targets for mockery. This social education ensures Ralph will face discrimination throughout his life from people who learned early that his disability justifies their contempt. Lisa's occasional kindness toward Ralph demonstrates what appropriate response looks like while highlighting how rare that response is. She recognizes his vulnerability and treats him with compassion, despite social cost of associating with someone peers have marked as target. Her Valentine card, though given reluctantly, represents more kindness than Ralph receives from anyone else in his life. This contrast reveals how thoroughly the system has abandoned him when one reluctant act of basic human decency from a peer represents the highlight of his social experience. The few glimpses of Ralph's home life suggest emotional neglect, compounding his intellectual disability. His mother, Sarah Wiggum, appears absent or ineffective. His father treats him with casual dismissiveness rather than engaged parenting. Ralph seems to raise himself in household where nobody provides the extra support, structure, and patience that children with developmental disabilities require. This neglect ensures that whatever potential Ralph possesses goes undeveloped. His future appears predetermined by the system's failure to intervene. Without proper education and support, Ralph will likely remain dependent throughout adulthood, unable to live independently or maintain employment. These outcomes aren't inevitable results of his disability. They're predictable consequences of denying him appropriate services during critical developmental years. Children with intellectual disabilities can learn, develop skills, and achieve significant independence when given proper support. Ralph receives none of that support. Episodes, occasionally showing Ralph's perspective, reveal that he experiences confusion and hurt from his treatment. He knows other kids laugh at him even if he doesn't fully understand why. He wants friends and acceptance but lacks tools to achieve either. His disability doesn't prevent him from feeling the pain of constant rejection and mockery. It just prevents him from understanding or escaping the causes. The comedy derived from Ralph's disability becomes disturbing. When you recognize we're laughing at a child whose father's shame and the system's neglect prevent him from receiving help he desperately needs. Every confused statement, every social misunderstanding, every moment of mockery represents a child failed by every adult responsible for his well-being. Ralph represents thousands of kids with disabilities whose parents' denial and shame prevent them from receiving proper support, leaving them to suffer alone through childhoods that could be dramatically improved if adults prioritize children's needs over their own egos and social anxieties about disability. While Ralph suffers from disability neglect, our next character suffers from something more sinister: deliberate creation of disability through the criminal justice system. Snake Jailbird wasn't always a criminal. The show reveals he became one because prison and the justice system radicalized him, proving incarceration creates crime rather than preventing it. Flashbacks throughout the series show Snake before his criminal career as someone relatively normal who made mistakes that led to initial incarceration. That first prison sentence meant to rehabilitate and deter future crime, instead provided education in advanced criminality while destroying any legitimate opportunities that might have prevented recidivism. Springfield's justice system doesn't reform criminals. It manufactures them through process that ensures anyone who enters the prison system will likely return repeatedly until they die or receive sentence too long to survive. The flashbacks revealing Snake's pre-criminal life show someone who wasn't particularly law-abiding but wasn't career criminal either. He made poor choices, he associated with wrong people, he lacked legitimate opportunities providing stable income. These factors made him vulnerable to initial criminal justice contact, but they didn't make career criminality inevitable. What made it inevitable was what happened after that first arrest, when the system designed to prevent future crime instead guaranteed it. Prison provided Snake with connections to more experienced criminals who taught him advanced techniques. Inside, he learned from people who'd spent years perfecting their crafts. He networked with individuals who could provide criminal opportunities after release. He absorbed values and identity as criminal rather than person who committed crime. The distinction matters because person who committed crime can change. Someone who identifies as criminal has internalized that label so deeply that changing would require abandoning their entire sense of self. The conditions inside Springfield's prison contribute to radicalization. Violent environment teaches that strength and ruthlessness ensure survival. Dehumanizing treatment by guards creates hatred toward authority that prisoners then direct at society generally. Lack of rehabilitation programs means time serves no constructive purpose beyond warehousing. People's society wants removed temporarily. Inmates emerge from this experience more damaged, more angry, and more committed to criminal lifestyles than when they entered. Upon release, Snake faced systematic barriers preventing legitimate employment. Criminal record disqualifies him from most jobs. The gap in employment history raises questions he cannot answer, honestly, without revealing incarceration. Even jobs willing to hire convicted criminals pay wages insufficient for survival, pushing former inmates toward illegal income sources that provide what legitimate economy denies them. The system creates perfect conditions ensuring recidivism. No job prospects, no housing opportunities, no social support, but extensive criminal networks ready to provide all three in exchange for participation in ongoing criminal enterprise. Each subsequent arrest and imprisonment reinforces patterns established during initial incarceration. Snake spends time with same criminal associates, strengthening those bonds. He experiences same dehumanizing treatment, intensifying his alienation from legitimate society. He emerges with worse prospects than before because his criminal record grows longer, making legitimate employment even less accessible. The cycle perpetuates because the system is designed to perpetuate it. His repeated returns to prison demonstrate that incarceration fails to deter someone whose circumstances make crime more viable than legal alternatives. The threat of imprisonment doesn't discourage Snake because prison has become a familiar environment where he knows how to survive. The discomfort of incarceration matters less than the impossibility of survival outside prison without engaging in crime. Deterrence assumes rational actor, weighing costs and benefits. Snake's calculations show that crime, despite its risks, remains most viable option for someone systematically excluded from legitimate economy. The few rehabilitation attempts shown throughout the series fail because they don't address systemic barriers preventing reintegration. Programs teaching Snake job skills don't help when no employer will hire him. Anger management courses don't address justified rage at system that's destroyed his life. Short-term interventions cannot overcome long-term consequences of multiple incarcerations that have branded him permanently as criminal unworthy of second chances. Research on criminal justice and recidivism supports exactly what Snake's character demonstrates. Incarceration increase rather than decreases likelihood of future criminal behavior. People imprisoned once have high probability of returning. Each subsequent incarceration makes future reoffense more likely rather than less. The system maintains steady flow of people cycling through jails and prisons, generating employment for guards, profits for corporations running private facilities, and justification for politicians campaigning on tough-on-crime platforms. Snake's recidivism serves everyone except Snake himself. Real criminal justice reform would address factors that push people toward crime initially and create pathways for successful reintegration after incarceration. Springfield's system does neither. It criminalizes poverty, incarcerates people who need treatment or support, then releases them into circumstances guaranteeing reoffense. This ensures permanent criminal class whose existence justifies expanded prison systems and police budgets while solving none of the problems that created crime initially. Snake proves the criminal justice system is designed to create career criminals who cycle through it forever, ensuring constant need for expanded prisons and police while claiming to prevent crime. It actually perpetuates through systematic destruction of anyone who enters its machinery. And that wraps up our deep dive into the darkest Simpsons theories. We've explored everything from Homer's coma to Springfield as prison, from the systematic abuse of children to the institutions designed to keep everyone trapped and suffering. These theories demonstrate how the Simpsons satire accidentally created the perfect blueprint for understanding how systems fail people. Whether you believe Homer's in a coma, that Springfield is a government experiment, or that every institution is deliberately designed to perpetuate suffering, these theories add disturbing layers to a show that's entertained audiences for over 3 decades. The beauty of fan theories is that they transform passive viewing into active analysis, revealing how even comedies can expose uncomfortable truths about society. Even if Matt Groening never intended these dark interpretations, they show how powerful storytelling reveals truths creators didn't consciously embed. The Simpsons worked as comedy because it accurately portrayed dysfunction. The accuracy makes the comedy work, but it also makes these darker readings possible. When you document reality closely enough, even through satire, you create a record of how systems operate and who they serve. If you enjoyed this exploration of The Simpsons' darkest secrets, make sure to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into your favorite shows. Thanks for watching.